Well, good afternoon, everybody, or good morning or good evening, depending on where you are in the world. And we have a very international audience with us today, people from 29 countries. So it's a great pleasure to welcome you all to this, the second day of our conference on Artful Maps, the Visual Cultures of Cartography. Those of you who joined us before the talk start will have seen the really intriguing and excellent work by our visual artists who've been taking part in our virtual poster session. And it's a pleasure now to thank those artists, Mary Pearson, Flounder Lee, Laura Macaluso, Loraine Rutt, and Saba Qizilbash. It really is a pleasure to see the kind of innovative visual work that has been inspired by or include or takes its inspiration from maps. So we thank you very warmly indeed for agreeing to take part in our virtual poster gallery. And it's a pleasure now to turn to the second day of our talks. We had an excellent day with emerging scholars yesterday. So really, again, innovative and exciting work coming on by people who are either in the middle of their doctoral work or have recently completed. So we turn now to our second speaker, who is Radu Leca from the Hong Kong Baptist University. And Radu holds a BA in Japanese literature at Kanazawa University and graduated with a master's and doctorate in art history at SOAS in London, with a thesis on the spatial imaginary of late 17th century Japan. And Radu is currently editing a publication on maps of Japan at the Sainsbury Institute of Japanese Art and Cultures in Norwich, to be published next year. So it's a pleasure to pass over to Radu for thoughts on the blending of art and cartography in Japanese imaginaries of Asia. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for inviting me to this this online conference. This is it brings together my interest as an art historian, but also studying the history of maps, as you will see from a cultural viewpoint. And I thought today I'll approach this idea of art and cartography through examples from Japan, because I think it can help us to rethink our categories and our criteria for defining art and maps. So this process of thinking of art and artistic images and maps together, it's already started 40 years ago with Svetlana Alpers. What I'm interested in is a way to talk about these images and maps together from a cultural point of view, right? So when we have, for example, landscape paintings that relate to space, we have a spatial imaginary there, which is we can equally deduct from maps. On the other hand, there's this idea of cartosemiotics, so using semiotic theory to analyze images of any kind. Here again, we can bring artistic images and maps together and talk about them on the same terms. The issue is that cartosemiotics has been used with the idea of a topographic map in mind. So the ordnance survey, for example, a grid that is applied homogeneously across the cartographic image. Well, in East Asia, and not just East Asia, but in most early modern maps, we have heterogeneous space, right? The scale is not uniform. And also we have this emphasis on places, significant places, and the connections between them. So that's what why I call these topological maps. So to use this vocabulary, it's helpful to remind you of one of the main semiotic theories by Pearson, his idea of different types of signs, right? The iconic, the symbolic, and the indexical. Just to keep in mind that one image or one sign can have all three, usually has all three of these aspects, but in varying degrees. And these varying degrees are what will follow through the examples that I'll look at in a moment. So the first example is from 1840 Japan. This is an image of continental China. It's an imagined view, not just because of the viewpoint, but because most Japanese people would not be able to travel to China at that point. So what we have are significant places and connections, some connections between them. But what Hokusai has done now, he's a celebrated painter and print designer. He's added these iconic elements from the painting tradition, right? The landscape, the mountain views, and overall a kind of unity to the image. There's a curved aspect to this view. We can compare this to other maps of China, such as the one that is actually in the Bodleian Library. And you can see that this one has very low iconic aspect. It is mostly about place names and connections between them. And so it has a strong indexical aspect. You can look at for example, at the Great Wall on the top of the map, which of course doesn't look like that in reality, but it's mostly about a reference to something that is there, but that functions as a reminder or a kind of relational location with other place names. And this indexical aspect is how this map is mainly used. It has iconic elements, like the waves, the ship in this case, but we can see how a later user, or a later Western user, has added these gold ink annotations. Manila here, Macau, even Canton is visible there, though it's smudged. So again, an indexical use of the map, right, to locate place names. Now, the indexical here doesn't refer to what we now call geographical reality, but to the spatial imaginary of the time. And this is something we need to take into consideration, that the reference here is often to a different idea of geography that might include places like Fusang, this mythical island, which is represented here through its attribute, this large tree growing on. Coming back to the map by Hokusai, right? So this Japanese view of China, again, we have an indexical element, and you can see a later user here in annotating the map in red ink. Again, he's interested in place names. On the right edge, he's put Japan Kyushu, right? This is it's not on the map, but he wants to know where it is. And on the other side, on the left side of the map, because he's considering this as an index, an indexical map. He's annotated the direction in which in the northwest you can find Holland. But I hope you can see that this map has a strong iconic element, right? So Hokusai here has integrated views of mountains, and you can see these red lines weaving in and out of this mountain landscape, right? These roads, which suggest depth and elevation. If we look at another detail, you can see that, however, these connecting lines are not fully mapped out, right? So it's more like the suggestion of indexicality. So we can make a difference here by using this vocabulary between the intention of the designer of this image, which is more towards the iconic, right? And we have the suggestion of indexicality, of connectivity, and how a later user might convert it to a more indexical aspect. And here, I just want to mention, it's not part of the main theme of this paper, but since we're on topic of the Bodleian Library and the Japanese maps there is a world map in the map collection, which is interesting for its later annotation. Again, this is 1850. This is a very sketch-like view or diagrammatical view, right? You could call it highly indexical. What is interesting is that on the one hand, it was repackaged within Japan with a different title and a cover on which we have a procession, a daimyo procession within Japan, and so it's almost as metaphorically this procession of noblemen continues all the way to the edges of the known world. And on the other hand, we have this user from Akita Ken, who's inscribed in ink his new address, because this idea of Ken as provincial administrative unit was only introduced in 1871. So we can place a date on to this annotation, and there is a name there, Sakanushi, which we can actually find. We can actually find his descendants in the same area today. So this could be a future research project to identify the descendants and show them this map from their ancestors. And to help that, one could also look at the backing paper, which was used to repackage this map, which does contain additional fragments of letters related to Sakanushi family. But coming back to the main thrust of this paper, I move on to the second example from interwar Japan, where this Yoshida Hatsaburo is a trained painter, but he specializes in views of famous places within Japan. And by this point, Japan meant an empire, Korea, Taiwan, and later on Manchuria. So we have an expanded idea of Japan, and his cartographic views serve that purpose of visualizing the empire. Here I focus on Taiwan. Here you can see that it's an indexical image with connections. This time it's very well-established connections. And we can compare this to other views of Taiwan from the same period. This was the author here was actually a pupil of Yoshida, so he does include some iconic elements. Also, the back of the map lists some famous places, but also famous products of this this island, this province of Japan at the time. And if we look at a detail, we can see how this map functions. It has some iconic elements. You can see the depiction of the mountains. You can see even some whales on the right side. But then it also has a strong indexical aspect. We have these labels, not just for place names, but also for products. In the sea as well, we have coral, specific fish, but also in inland, banana and sugar. Sugar was one of the main commodities, and there is even an iconic sign here on the lower right specifically for sugar factory, and you can find these factories dotting the landscape. So the iconic here serves the indexical. This is again another idea we can explore. Which of these aspects are predominant? Right? In this case, we have iconic elements, but they function to enhance the indexical effect of the image. So when we move to Yoshida's image of Taiwan, this is a series of postcards he produced in 1937. You can see that the iconic aspect is enhanced. And we still have strong indexical element, but what he's done is actually played with the shape of the island itself. He's rounded off the edges. You can see that especially on the left side, the southernmost point, which should really jut out to the left, but he's rounded it off, and he's placed the viewpoint to the south from the ocean, looking out towards the main, the inner territory of the Japanese Empire, and you can see Mount Fuji there in upper right. So he's enhancing that connection to the Japanese mainland. And he's adding these blue and green landscape elements that really make it user-friendly. And he's thinking here of the visitor, Japanese visitor to Taiwan. You can see here how he's emphasized the boat connection, and he's also taken this this urban view, right, and zoomed in on it. Right, we have Taihoku City, and really the scale here is not homogeneous, but it really serves to make it more indexical. It's really more clear where these connections lead to. We also have here next to the city, the Taiwan Shrine, one of the Japanese imports, I say spiritual imports. You can see here another image produced by Yoshida. He produces these after a visit in 1935, and these are mostly produced for a anniversary exhibition, 40 years since Japan took over control of Taiwan. And what he uses this, he gathers a lot of sketches and material to produce a large scale painting exhibited in 1935. And the postcards are a reduced version of that. You can see in the details how on the one hand, he's on the top, he's emphasizing the connection to other locations within the Japanese Empire. We even have Dairen there, which is in Manchuria, which is impossibly far. And on the bottom, we have this view from the sea of this mountainous, rugged landscape, which is a visitor's delight. So the iconic element is working together with indexical for the purpose of making this map work. Again, here the landscape is curved to make it fit within a unitary vision. The last example I want to talk about is a Japanese photographer who spends months at a time in a city taking thousands of photographs, and then assembles bits of these photographs into his own kind of photographic map. What he does is he's consciously dealing with the idea of a map. He's making kind of a semiotic intervention by saying, this is not symbolic, these are actually the things I've seen. So it looks like he's playing up the iconic element, right? These are actually the things captured by photographs. But I think, again, what's happening here is that the indexical is served by the iconic, right? We have, through photographs, a more vivid construction of a spatial narrative from a personal point of view of the photographer. You can see here how he plays with scale and viewpoint, but what we get is not a unitary space, but a composite space, which is very indexical in nature. It refers back, again, not to a specific reality, geographic reality, but to the spatial experience of the photographer. So I hope we can start a discussion of maps and artistic images in these terms. And I thank you and look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you for taking us to a part of the world that I fear many of us know rather too little about. So thank you very much indeed for that, and for your presentation, which was really compelling. Could I invite our audience to put questions in the question and answer box at the bottom of the screen? But maybe I could start by just taking you back to the beginning of your talk, when you were talking about the spatial imaginary of the areas depicted. And I wonder if you could tell us something about whether the role of maps in creating a specific spatial imaginary, or were they reflecting a general societal visual expectation of the places depicted, or were they actually consciously and deliberately helping to form that spatial imaginary?
That's thank you. Great question, because it's always what comes first, and art historians like to argue for the agency of images, so that you can have a sort of visual rhetoric by which you're shaping someone's mental image. It's easier to talk about this in the case of a space that is known. So in the case of maps of Japan, you could say that the spatial articulation of the main Japanese islands is reflected in the maps, right? There was a system of roads, and that is reflected in the connections in the maps. But when you talk about an imagined, right, a place like China, where Japanese people couldn't go at that time, you really have just competing forms of media, right? And maps are just one form of them. And I think you can argue that they are shaping. They have that agency to shape the mental imaginary, right? And of course, there's no easy way to answer this, because it has to be a mix of something you recognize, right? You have to recognize those places, but also there has to be something novel, right? Any designer will know that there has to be something that draws the eye, something that hasn't been done before. So I would say it's both. They're both shaping and reflecting, and that's a great theme to think about.
Thank you. And maybe I could follow that up by a question about whether you see any kind of methodological dividing line or visual semiotic dividing line between maps when Japan has national cohesion but is not an empire, and when imperial aspirations and then the concrete reality of an empire is one in which the cartographers work. So do you see any kind of, with that nation to empire, do you see any methodological shift, or is there more of a
Yeah, that's also, I think that nobody has thought of this this question before. It's a great topic, and I can think of just older maps of Japan reflect a very specific articulation with the capital, with Kyoto at the center, and everything is kind of like a vascular system where everything flows into the heart. So it's very well articulated. And then when this expands into other territories, it becomes harder to handle that spatial articulation. So that's why we get people like Yoshida, who are really working hard to make those new spaces work together with the inner territories of Japan. And I think it's a hard task. So then he takes that impossibly high vantage point. He's trying to catch, right, that first image I showed, Japan plus continental and Taiwan, where it's impossibly high bird's eye view, because he has to cover so much land. So it's a difficult task, and we don't really get a unitary articulation. And up to the World War II, there's all this discourse on the southern territories. For example, they get There's myths that are being recycled about the Southern Territories, but yeah, we could really see cartographers having to work hard to integrate this space.
Thank you. We could talk for a long time, but I fear that we must move on to our next speaker. Can I invite anybody who has an outstanding question to pop it in the question and answer, and their panelists can see them and respond. But thank you once again. And on to our next and final speaker of this session, and to Bob Batchelor, who is a very good friend of Oxford, very good friend of the Bodleian Library. So it's a pleasure to welcome him back. He is a professor at Georgia Southern University and was instrumental in the rediscovery of the Bodleian's Selden map, which he writes about in his book, London, the Making of a Global City. He's currently finishing a book about ocean history, and it's a great pleasure to welcome him today to talk about artfulness as infrastructure, color printing and visualizing landscape on the Guangdong Huangshen Tushuo. I hope I pronounced that approximately acceptably. Bob, over to you.
Savannah, Georgia. So this is a talk about a new discovery I believe I've made. The first time a map was printed in color. And then something surprising about that it was done for a large-scale, display-oriented sheet map that measures 64 by 40 inches or 1.6 by 1 meters in size. You can tell it was color printed by the nature of the bleed, especially for the oceans and the rivers. I'm interested in the color and the size, but I'm even more interested in what it says about innovation in the place where it happened, Guangzhou, what Europeans call Canton, in Guangdong province in 1739. And that's where the artfulness comes in. So here's the story. This past October, a printed 18th century sheet map of Guangdong province came up for auction at Christie's. For the past 32 years, it had been the Anne and Gordon Getty collection, where its glorious colors had quietly supplemented the Georgian chinoiserie decor of their San Francisco mansion. Large black and white woodblock maps like this became common in China during the 16th and 17th centuries, especially from the talented printers of Nanjing, which, if you know your Chinese geography, is about halfway between Beijing in the north and Guangzhou in the south. These big Ming Dynasty sheet maps printed in Nanjing were always of the empire as a whole, rather than of an individual province like the map you're looking at today. So the Guangdong map, even without color, was a new kind of effort in the early Qing dynasty that focused on regionalism. And it survives in at least 4 copies, 2 color and 2 black and white. One of the color ones, at least partially in color, is in the Bodleian. And I should add, by the way, that the oldest fully colored printed map in world history went for a steal at Christie's last October, $69,300 from an estimate of $150,000. Now, one reason why the Guangdong sheet map's significance has not been previously recognized is that it's not particularly easy to determine if a Chinese map is printed in color or colored by hand like European maps were at the time. Christie's hedged on this last year by just saying it was in ink and colors on paper. My argument here is that the black and white part of the map was printed using 5 wood blocks. You can see them here. Then in each section, color wood blocks were carved, 2 sections using 5 colors, 2 using 4, and 1 with no color overlay at all. If they were using the methods developed in China in the 17th century for small-scale color printing, which seems likely, printing would have been done with different sets of blocks designed to produce layers of color. The paper would be dampened slightly to get the color to soak in, which sometimes gives it a watercolor look up close and an occasional bleed, although there's no evidence of brush use. The dominant dark green or blue-green, Qinglu, used for the waterways and ocean on the auction map, became a popular color in landscape painting in the late Ming and early Qing. It gave the piece both historical, and the color kind of dates from the Tang Dynasty, and mystical or otherworldly implications. The yellow echoes on the gold, echoes the gold on elite landscape paintings, and here appears largely used for ship sails. Now, back in October, Matmi Sunudula drew my attention to another copy of the map in the Bodleian, which I noticed was in color as well. Although this was hard to see. Compared with the auction copy, the color printing process on the Bodleian's copy seems to have been unfinished. One of the 4 surviving copies, the Bodleian copy, is in the worst shape, but it has an elaborate 26-entry place name key written in ink by some 18th century English speaker. The Bodleian copy has only brown and blue rather than the fancier 5 colors. And I suspect it was a draft that was nevertheless sold or gifted. As you can see that in certain cases, the coloration is different. For example, these people who in the Bodleian copy are brown and the auction copy have brown and blue like the mountains. It's difficult to tell, but my suspicion is that brown and blue is only using 1 extra set of blocks for the Bodleian copy, 2 in total, which would mean that the auction copy used 3 sets to color the water. It's possible that the Bodleian copy, as well as the black and white copies in European archives, are either errors or later printings using the same blocks. Now, the color versions of the Guangdong map take advantage of the development of small-scale, book-sized color printing, which had been initially developed in the area of Nanjing. Small-scale color printing had become easy enough to do by the early 18th century that it was being used for prints and ephemera in addition to high-end books like the famous 1679 mustard seed manual painting shown here. The book popularized the landscape, shanshui, or mountains and water style of the late Ming teacher Li Lufang from Jiading near Jiangsu, near modern Shanghai, as well as the Qing painters Wang Gai, Wang Shi, Wang Ni, Zhu Sheng, all from Nanjing. Japan would start color printing maps along with other prints only in the middle of the 18th century, so after the sheet map was printed, possibly due to the influence of Chinese printing. Color only began to be imprinted on European maps with the invention of lithography in 1796. So the techniques for color printing in China had been established further north on the Yangtze River region, especially Suzhou and Nanjing, by the time this map is printed. Several inexpensive small examples survive, such as this 5-color print acquired by Sir Hans Sloane in the early 18th century through English merchants in Guangzhou. So either these color prints are making their way down to Guangzhou where they're being sold, or there actually are printers in Guangzhou that are printing these maps by the early 18th century. I've highlighted the detail in the flowers on the lower right, which employs the same two-tone color printing to create a sense of depth that you see with the mountains on the sheet map. Now, the surviving copies of the map thus offer important insights into the history of printing in 18th century Guangdong, which in part because of this map has dimensions that historians of art and cartography have not yet recognized. And speculating beyond the object a bit, I would suggest that it has something in common with the activities like the later production of large-scale hand-painted wallpaper in Guangzhou made for export to Europe. The map points to an environment of relationality, which I would argue that the map itself is a commentary upon. The question I would like to address now is why? And my sense is that the answer is not just the usual suspect of cultural contact with Europe. Above all, the Guangdong sheet map is a landscape, a shanshui, designed to represent the province rather than the empire to represent the province as a distinct watershed bounded by the mountains and sea. The shape of the province, designed to fit within a large vertical frame, is distorted compared with standard maps of Guangdong from the Ming and the Qing, which actually look more like the modern map on the right. The sheet map instead conforms closely to the southward flow of the Lingnan watershed, distorted to make the rivers fit into a vertical rectangle. The May Pass Road at the top, running through the Daiyu Mountains, part of the Nanling or Southern Ranges, forms the upper boundary up near Shaozhou and Nanshang. To the west, the Gui River connects Guangxi province by the canal to the Yangtze River basin where Nanjing is. And to the southwest, the ocean connects with Annan or Vietnam. To the east are Chaozhou, a distinct river system bordering Fujian, and at the sea, half of Nanao Island. At the center is Guangzhou, with the 3 rivers, north, west, and east, and the Pearl River Delta framing it, with a depiction of Macau and its environs and its walls below that. To me, and this follows the historian G. William Skinner's lead, this map thus envisions Guangdong as a watershed. Its artfulness here is what Laurent Berlant, following Marshall Salins, refers to as an infrastructure. And while this is perhaps another way of saying mediation, and maps are certainly kinds of media, what Berlant is interested in is the liveliness of world making, living color, massive scale, and regionalism in our case. And that is what she says distinguishes infrastructures from institutions. For Berlant, infrastructures, unlike more solid and conservative institutions, are genuine experiments which unbalance our confidence in frames of expectation, time, and, for the historian, causality. So why the triple experiment with color, size, and boundaries? The answer lies in a book called The Guangdong Yutu, dating from 1685. so 60 years earlier, created by the Qing official Zhang Yi with the help of Han Zhuodong and the map artists, map makers Lu Shi and Lu Ren. In the aftermath of the devastating Three Feudatories revolt from 1673 to 1681 and the conquest of Taiwan in 1683, the Emperor Kangxi had ordered Guangdong remapped. The Ming-Qing cataclysm in 1644 and the subsequent revolts stretching into the 1680s had been particularly severe in Guangdong and the city of Guangzhou, depopulating large areas and causing mass migrations. By 1650, Guangzhou County itself was largely depopulated, with a staggering 42% of the farmland laid waste, according to 1731 data. Layered upon this were effects of climate change, in particular very severe winters in the mountains starting in 1614, which resulted in famine, micro-revolts, and depopulation, as well as the imperial-ordered coastal evacuations from 1662 and the official destruction of all merchant ships in the province. Zhang Yi, the lead on the 1684 mapping project, was a censor in neighboring Guangxi during the latter part of the Three Feudatories revolt, and the son of a Ming official. Stayed maps and landscape images of Guangdong you can see here on the left. His text painted a picture of the suffering of people in Guangdong as he toured the province. 50 years later, a new gazetteer was commissioned in 1731 called the Guangdong Tongxi, which would also print new maps as well as the late Ming population figures to show that Guangdong by the 1730s had recovered. The sheet map is a direct result of the second population, the Guangdong Tongxi, which replaced the Guangdong Yutu. Each administrative center on the map has a list of subdivisions and distances which were taken directly from the Guangdong Tongxi from 1731. Color, as well as the iconography on the map, are expressions of recovery, especially for the gentry who would have put this on their walls and officials. Berlant might say that they are an infrastructure designed not to merely hide the trauma of the now 6-year-old war, but instead to disguise the much longer history of recovery, which incidentally had provided the opportunity from the 1680s for the intrusion of European merchants from Britain, the Netherlands, and elsewhere. Now, the map's artfulness stems from this complexity. Were making regular trade impossible. The middle of the 17th century had been decisive. Trade disruptions, including the amount of silver arriving on the Pearl River Delta and tin being mined in the mountains, had caused mass migration of those miners left in the mountains down the North River towards Guangzhou. Then, after the rebellions in the late 17th century, the Zhengshui River Valley and its access to tall tree timber for shipbuilding up in the neighboring province of Guangxi became, as the map indicates, as important as the mountain pass to the north, which had previously been used for shipping tin. And a particular tall tree here is a landmark for the environmental borderland of the province. In general, the foothills and river systems to the north and west become, from the mid-1680s, key to a massive shipbuilding boom in coastal Guangdong, which relied upon these tall trees for mass. The timber, upland rice, and workers followed the river systems downward to supply this boom, while at the same time the connection with the broader empire in this period became less strong. In his classic account of the Pearl River Delta watershed in Tiger's Rice, Silk and Silt, Robert Marks argues that the massive recovery in Guangdong occurred after the Qing seized Taiwan in 1683, which has also ended the possibility of an independent Minnan polity rooted in the Fujianese diaspora. The province to the north of Guangdong on the coast is Fujian. This involved a shift in trading routes, emphasizing not only Guangzhou, or Canton and Macau, but also the inland rivers that fed Guangzhou and Macau. Guangzhou became the burgeoning center of a new Cantonese identity built out of a refugee population that repopulated the city from the mountain, littoral, and coastal hinterlands and were closely involved with this kind of shipbuilding. Using those rivers, extensive deforestation began in order to build a fleet of new ships, especially using the mass from the tall trees up the Gui River. And the map's iconography displays what might be called a collection of this staggering variety of new ships. The sheet map paradoxically appeared in 1739 as much of the best timber was already gone, and the shipbuilders were now looking to Southeast Asia and the ocean to supply the tallest trees for mass, or to European corporate shipping, which had access to much wider range of forests. Now, I'd like to conclude by briefly showing where all this goes in terms of aesthetics, by showing three different kinds of Qing landscape maps. All of these are cases of mapping borderlands or border waters by local elites rather than the imperial center. The first comes from Taiwan. It's painted, not printed, and it's technically not a map, but really much closer to a landscape on deerskin rather than paper. But it is designed as a wall hanging for display like the map we've been looking at. It's more of a landscape than a map, like I said, but you can see how it's borrowing motifs from early Qing color prints and maps as a way of highlighting the borderland and border water status of Chinese colonies in Taiwan in the early 18th century, which had been incorporated into the empire after 1633 and after the three territorial units. Now, the second example comes from Hainan Island, which is actually shown on the sheet map you've been looking at. Here's another example. This is painted rather than printed, again, of Hainan Island. It's now in the Library of Congress. It's using conventions drawn from Qing maps of coastal defenses, but more closely related to the Guangdong sheet map in the effort to use landscape mapping style. And finally, this, which Richard Pegg drew my attention to from the McLean collection, again, painted, not printed. In each case, the printed object, and especially the color printed object, is being folded back into unique painted examples commissioned by particular patrons and collectors for display on their walls, as well as a kind of regional distinction and identity. And this brings me to Guangdong itself. Today, Guangdong has no less than 4, if you want to include Hong Kong and Macau, special economic zones. Rather than modern exceptions created by the agency of European imperialism, we need to understand this as a much more complex regional history of which Europeans were only a part. Guangdong today is home to 127 million people, almost twice as large as the UK. The Greater Bay Area of Guangdong, Hong Kong, Macau comprises 86 million. The first experiment with large-scale color printing on a map is part of this complex history, perhaps even core to it.
Thank you very much indeed for that presentation, and again for taking us to a part of the world that we're not necessarily as familiar with as we should be. Could I I think we have time just for one quick question, and that is, I wonder if you could elaborate at all on the audience for the printed map that you showed us to start off with, and whether a change in technique was related to change in audience at all.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to say precisely what the audience was and how these maps were displayed. I do think that at a basic level, you're kind of seeing a shift away from an audience for maps that is the imperial bureaucracy, the people who took the exams, a kind of national audience in that way, but really an imperial audience, to something that's more regional, maybe gentry who are working with these timber shipping merchants. And then obviously Europeans are becoming an audience for this because we have 4 copies that are annotated. But the map clearly is not designed in any way to appeal directly to Europeans. The color may be a factor in that, but I think actually in general, this is a kind of transformation, not unlike what you're seeing in the Vermeer example at the beginning of the panel, of people trying to grapple with an identity that's different from the empire, in the Dutch case, the Spanish, that they'd once been a part of, or that they were a part of, as it were.
Thank you. Yeah, and lots of fruitful comparisons going on. So thank you very much indeed. I fear we must draw to a close there because we're already running a few minutes behind schedule. But could I thank warmly Bob for his excellent talk on Chinese printed mapping, and our other 2 speakers as well. This has been a very fruitful panel indeed. We now have a moment to catch our breath and have a cup of tea, and we'll reconvene at 5 past whatever you are on at the moment. So 5 past 2 for those in Britain, and 5 past whatever hour that is in people in different parts of the world. If you do have any questions that you didn't get a chance to ask, please do use the chat box to address them directly to our panelists. But I'm sure you want to join me in thanking our panelists very, very warmly indeed for getting our second day off to such a splendid start. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. We've had a terrific opening session, and now we move on to our second session. So we begin with Laura Pensa. Now, Laura is from the University of Pennsylvania, and she will be talking about the art of history, deceitful representations of peace treaties in the Chaco region of the 18th century. Laura holds a degree in anthropology and a PhD in Romance languages. Her work looks into different narratives of the Great Chaco region, a lowland space in Amazonia, and its indigenous inhabitants. Her research focuses on insurgency, following the trajectories of native groups and spaces that were not subject to colonial and national control in the late 19th century. So, Laura, if you're ready, it's over to you.
Everyone, and thank you for having me. The research that I will share with you today comes from my dissertation, where I briefly stated I explore the creation and dissemination of discourses surrounding indigenous peoples and lands of the Great Chaco region, as well as their ways of existence and resistance until the beginning of the 20th century. The Great Chaco is a geopolitical space that in the present works as a national frontier between Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, and Paraguay. But in colonial times, one could say that it was much more than just a frontier. Lowland regions where nomadic indigenous and semi-nomadic indigenous occupation and resistance was guaranteed until at least the 19th century. It was the place where many different indigenous groups were encroached by the many agents of colonial rule, military, religious, administrators, and others. Until the 1770, which is more or less the time of this map, with the Bourbon reforms, very few people were reduced, and the colonial administration then deployed effective actions to impose their presence and control over these unconquered territories and unconquered groups. Jerónimo de Matorras, the governor of Tucumán, a city near the Andean system, insisted with the purpose of pacifying the region and attracted the numerous indigenous groups that had abandoned the religious reductions from what was still considered the hinterlands. This map is a cartographic record that arises from Matorras expeditions. In addition to guiding relations in space, the element that make up this image propose a narrative that agrees with the attempt to convert a border space into a territory incorporated to the imperial project, in the same way that its inhabitants were intended to be annexed to the controlled population. The ritualized acts to which dominion over a portion of land and in a less direct way over their people is declared are in themselves an object of study to what has been called ceremonies of possession. An offspring of this set consists in diplomatic negotiations, or paces, coming from peace, that the native groups kept of these encounters in South America, and the registries have been lost. We only have the testimonies and records produced by the Hispano-Creole, but we also have the maps, like this one that we're going to take a look at today. The most literal translation of the name of this map will be map taken on the occasion of the entry that made on its own to the fertile and extensive countries of the Great Chaco Hualamba, the governor of the province of Tucumán, Jerónimo Matorras, by virtue of the royal contract, year of 1774. According to the title, the map will allow us to see an entry, a military action on a territory groundly defined as the Great Chaco Hualamba. I highlight the term taken from to raise the relationship between the image and its supposed referent. The notion of mimesis has two dimensions. On the one hand, thinking of the map as a miniature of the world, mimesis to scale, and on the other, thinking of the map as a theater of the world, mimesis as staging for a spectator. I suggest that these two strategies operate simultaneously in the image through its elements, its artful elements, to delimit both a territory and an event, while accounting for the ties that link them together. The episode that will go down in classical historiography under the name of La Paz de la Cangaye celebrated between Jerónimo de Matorras and an indigenous leader, Paikin, is part of a complex set of interethnic, territorial, and strategic reconfigurations of the part of the native groups, but also responds to actions and expectations of the Hispano-Creole. It involved a display of conflicting rituals, symbols of power, and forms of authority that came from different traditions and were in constant transformation, such as the elements of the map. First thing that happens with this image, overall speaking, is that it doesn't look like a map. The saturation of elements in the composition mark a distance from the cartography conventions of the time, and it is difficult to find the map. We look for that which represents, on a smaller scale, the surface of the earth, and we also look for the signs with which this representation is conventionally conveyed. We fall into the first illusion of mimesis, the belief that the map is a miniature of the world. The elements that are in the margins of the scene represented in the lower part respond to the second function of the mimesis, the map as a theater of the world, a representation or staging for an audience. However, far from separating these two parts, the image works in a complementary way. It is not a center surrounded by decorative elements, but a complex composition that conveys mapping as a whole. The spatial relations that the image guides are not only those that guide movement on a given terrain, but primarily this map is about informing history. For the sake of timekeeping, I will focus more on the human scene portrayed at the bottom of the image, but please know that elsewhere, I have extended the analysis to every piece of visuality and information that the map offers. The extended use of toponyms, the use of references that order human emplacements in a civilization scale from more to less developed, the distinction between Indians as friendly subjects and infidels as enemies, the X markings on the terrain to refer to the ruins of Spanish cities, the hiding of indigenous knowledge of the resources of the land by naming said resources after Spaniards and collaborating with a narrative of discovery, the all-encompassing toponyms that collaborate with the illusion of deep, intimate knowledge and truly respond to the impossibility to access said spaces, so on and so forth. These elements are all meaningful and contribute to the art of the map. I cannot refer to them all, but in the history that the map intends to establish, they're all important. They all bring elements to the narrative that are tied together and appear natural. Now let's look at the scene. The bottom scene. The legend at the bottom of the image defines the famous cacique Paikin, chief of the many nations of the Gran Chaco, presents himself in the center of those fertile and extensive countries to Mr. Matorras, governor of the province of Tucumán. From the discursive point of view, it is striking that it's Paikin who appears before Matorras when it is the governor who had to organize an expedition with almost 400 men to reach La Cangayer. Sources for this agreement relate that the governor of Tucumán ordered to engrave the year and the name of the piece that was celebrated on a carved tree. In the image, the carved tree and the cross are on the left side, where the Spanish soldiers are also located in formation and uniform, as if the march had cost them nothing. Carved tree fulfills a function like the location of rubble. It is a way of printing positivity on a land where 4 colonial cities had already disappeared. That is, they were mostly destroyed by indigenous peoples. On the same side, the ornamentation contains a column that supports a zygurium, the only structure that stands next to the soldiers in an upright position from which a cloth hangs towards the center. Continuing on the left side, 2 trunks, a dressed figure leaning out to look behind the tree, and a crouching female figure in the front of the column. Behind the image shows us the mountains, somewhat striking if one thinks that the name given to the region is Plains of the Manso. I understand that the mountains refer to Tucumán, where the expedition comes from. That is, they function in the image to account for an itinerary rather than a space. The scene is divided into 2 shots, more or less, starting from the palm tree that is in the background of the figures of Paikin and Matorras. On the left side, then it's civilization, cloth, people dressed and tidy private property at their feet. On the right side, the ornamentation locates half a face towards a group of indigenous peoples on horseback. Face has characteristics of what could be a gargle or a demon according to the representations of the time. The indigenous peoples are mounted on their horses in line with the stories made about the eagerness of the natives to steal cattle, their natural talent to ride them, and the danger that equestrian groups meant for colonization. This imagery is related to the idea of raids and the fear of indigenous attacks. The natives are half naked, sometimes with feather headdresses, and their spears go up in the trees. Now, the fundamental investment version happens up front. Baigent stands on the left, Matoras on the right, each facing the group of men that the others seem to command, each sliding with each other's elements. Phenotypically similar, although their posing differentiates them, the figures are in open positions toward each other, the governor slightly in front of the indigenous leader, both armed with knives and firearms. The idea of symmetry generated by this inversion is complemented by the harmonic lines that are formed in the background of the plane from the location of the indigenous peoples and soldiers. What the image allows us to see is the idea of equity, a pact between equals or equivalents, almost interchangeable. However, diplomatic agreements between Hispano-Creole agents and indigenous groups or leaders were far from being equal for the parties. What I want to say is that the main task of these meetings was to form agreements, and it is an event in which the parties try to advance their demands over the rest, regardless of the structural conditions of inequality, such as the writing in Spanish and the settlements of agreements according to Western parameters of negotiation and leadership. The relationship was certainly not symmetric nor harmonious as the image wants us to see. The records written around that time exalt the role of colonial officers, such as the map exalts the role of the governor. The image works in the same way. The relationship between the lower scene and the scale representation of the center creates links between the event, here and after historical, and the territory. The two functions of mimesis combine to give the idea of a world in miniature and at the same time of the history of that world. In this way, the piece of Akangashe is visualized in the image as a founding myth of a space called Gran Chaco. The map not only hides the itinerary, the long history of interethnic ties and the previous experiences of the spurious agreements, it also remains unaltered by the events that follow its construction. Baigent and Mataraz died the next year signing this agreement, and before all that, the groups that accompanied the indigenous leader apparently attacked a reduction of avipones, ignoring a main point of the agreement. It is not my intention here to narrate the history of this event, but to understand how it works in the image and at the same time how the image works, highlighting the relationship between a fact and a space and giving the link, the historical character within the foundational narrative of a region. The image as a representation crystallizes the affirmation that the object becomes the object itself. Other scholars have suggested that this particular event is not so important in the history of the Chaco, but it seems so after when it sees this map. At the end of the 18th century, the relationship between indigenous groups and administrators and leaders were still very complicated, and they were not resolved. And this space was certainly not conquered, at least not in the way that this map tries to convey it. The equity, the false equity that this artful map tries to stage continues to be pregnant with prejudices about objects and faults that were associated with different stages of evolution. It is literally surrounded and dominated by a European aesthetic that expands over people and space. While individuals are separated and cataloged, the image proposes a relationship between the event and the territory that is offered as natural. Nothing tells us in words about the nature of the connection between one part of the image and the other. However, the map, which as a map guides spatial relationships, but does so by feeding on our cultural heritage, leads us to establish a visual and casual relationship between the parts. It is possible, or it seems possible in this image, through the exercise of diplomacy and the use of very artful elements, to conquer the most desired colonial goal, to finally begin to put a firm footing in the Chaco region. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, Laura. That's a great start to the afternoon. So if Laura, I can see you've joined us. So can I remind people to use the Q&A function if you have any questions for Laura and the rest of our speakers this afternoon. But I'd like to begin, Laura, by trying to find out how this map was used. Do you have any evidence as to who saw it and what they did when they saw it?
Well, hi, Nick. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. This is such a wonderful event to be a part of, and I've enjoyed all your presentations so much. So about this map, and that's kind of the history of most the maps for this time and region. So due to, archival logics, they were often separated from the files that they originally had been, partners of. So it is very common to go to the Archive of Indies in Seville, which these maps are located in, and you would get a reference to a file, and you would go to that file, and the letter or whatever was accompanying that map, it's not there. So that's a very, very common thing that one has to deal with when dealing with maps with colonial cartography, right? Those pieces were separated so long ago, just thinking that the map was an image, that we kind of like lose that trace. However, since this is a map of a military expedition, we know that it was made after the expedition, and we know that it was made in a moment in which the Spanish sort of dominion over the land was about to crumble, like really at it, in a very complicated moment. And so asserting dominance was a predominant goal. And we know that these maps are made and distributed in Europe. So we know that they're not for local consumption, right? So everything that from the military expeditions records to the maps that in a very artful way display this idea of possession, they're not for locals to see. They go straight to the audience of Charcas, and from Charcas, they go straight back to Spain. So, we find them centuries later in the archives of Spain, and we don't have any copies in local archives because they were not meant to circulate in the Americas. They were meant to circulate in Europe, right? Just providing this idea of a conquered or like a non-contested possession over land, which was fictional.
Thanks, Laura. Bearing that in mind, do we have any evidence as to whether the indigenous population was carto-literate?
Well, about indigenous authority on maps, and this is something that this is a discussion that it's really, really important to me, since I do work with maps that represent in different ways indigenous peoples. I tend to believe that almost every single map, colonial cartography, following the work of Barbaramundi, Mignolo, and others, it is very likely that all these maps had some sort of indigenous participation in them, right? That might not be the same indigenous people that they're trying to represent. Like in this case, the people that are being represented are considered enemies of the colony. However, those that are considered friends, which would be in this case the Guarani groups, are known to have assisted, right, and collaborated in the making of pinturas and cartographies. So there is a very high chance that different indigenous groups have participated in these and other maps. And, there are some other maps, not the one that I talked about here today, but there are like earlier 17th century maps that, because of the dimensions and the perspective and the use of color and the enlargement of some nature elements, we can almost certainly say that these were either made or heavily influenced by indigenous sort of perspectives and ways of representing the world around them, which is really interesting because we'll never be able to assert anything, but we're finding ways to, bring out the indigenous agency in these maps.
Fantastic. Thanks ever so much. If anybody has any further questions for Laura, if you can now contact her offline, I'm sure she'd be delighted to answer. Thanks for your terrific presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
And it's now time for our next speaker, who is Luisa Gandolfo from the University of Aberdeen. Luisa is a senior lecturer in sociology and specializes in conflict memory and the role of culture in conflict and post-conflict communities. Luisa is the author of Palestinians in Jordan, The Politics of Identity from 2012, and co-editor of Post-Conflict Memorialization, Missing Memorials, Absent Bodies from 2021, which she co-edited with Professor Olivetta Teli and Dr. Yoav Galai. So this afternoon, Luisa's paper is entitled Utopian Cartography and Political Imagination in Palestine, Israel. So Luisa.
Hi, I'm Dr. Luisa Gandolfo, a sociologist at the University of Aberdeen, and I would like to open this paper with a brief thank you and a little context about the broader study. So thank you to Dr. Baigent and Amelia for accepting this paper, and thanks to Dan Astley for organising this recording. This talk is part of a longer paper that explores how utopian ideals and political imagination are defined and expressed in Palestinian art. But today I want to focus on the nuances of cartography and how the creation of maps intertwines with the region's history and present, memory and nostalgia, and what it can tell us about what's missing, what's remembered, and what must be remembered. And this is important given what is perhaps cartography's most fascinating complexity, the question of who draws a map, for whom, and what messages we can get from a map. So these kind of knotty questions are captured powerfully in Kay Miller's extended poem, The Cartographer Tries to Map a Way to Zion, an extract of which makes up the heading on this slide. So in the poem, Miller's protagonist, a cartographer, appeals to the reader that what they do is science, without bias, without emotion. To have emotion, they say, will unsteady the hand. Rather, they only seek to show the full of a place in just a glance. So Miller's poem is a profound reflection that turns our attention to the position of the cartographer in map making. And the question of bias is one that's been concerning for quite a while. So if we're familiar with the work of Brian Harley, we know that he's mused at length on the tension between the appearance of being scientific and unbiased, and the reality being that cartography is seldom what cartographers say it is. And as such, he advises us as map users that we should begin from the premise that there are layers to a map. And if we think about the theme of this conference, we can see that cartography is art and science. The art functioning as both visual culture as well as artfulness that offers a partisan view of the world, obfuscates and distracts. So in the context of this paper, this is borne in mind as I explore two questions. How might contemporary understandings of utopia be applied in the context of Palestinian maps and counter maps? And what do artistic representations of geopolitical cartographies tell us about what is absent and what is needed to move towards a utopian society and what Salim Tamari calls a natural life? So at the most elementary, maps hold a useful but tricky position in our daily lives. They seem innocuous. They might be an aid for a journey. They might be our first encounter with borders and boundaries in the classroom as kids. But if we look closer, we can see that a map has a layered story of belonging, loss, movement, and power with intersecting lines of religion, politics, economics, and social inequalities. So my earlier questions, who crafted the map and for whom, provide some starting points to unravel a cartographical narrative that can tell us as much about how a land is perceived as it does about the topographical features of the area. So on a symbolic level, Palestinian maps have been viewed as utopian projects, utopian visions, and as a performance of utopian impulse. And when brought together, maps and utopian ideals create quite a heady mix, particularly when we untangle the nuances of what a utopia is. So for Ruth Levitas, utopia is a multifaceted idea that is not and should not be tied to only social change. And we can see that the idea of utopia can actually be broader. It can affect an individual or many in a multisensory way. And this includes emotionally, as Steve Pyle shows in his work on affectual and emotional geographies. And to these two, we can add a third, the role of the past and memory in shaping ideas about a utopian future. So looking at Zygmunt Bauman's thoughts on utopia, we can see that the driving element of utopian ideals is formative. And in this way, the future meshes with the present to shape what he says will eventually become history. And he uses a very visceral analogy to capture this, terming it a knife with the edge pressed against the future. So if we consider Bauman's observation that utopias are territorially defined from its etymological root, topos, a place, through to its geopolitical application, as he says, associated with and confined to clearly defined territory, we can see that utopia can be transformed from a dream to a tool. And when coupled with maps, utopian cartography becomes the means to critique, to stir, to unify, and to divide. And in Palestine-Israel, the convergence of different visions of the future and contrasting narratives of the past results in multiple utopias that drive and are driven by Palestinian and Israeli political imaginations. Now, in Palestine, Israel, the cartography of the region has been drawn by many hands, from the 16th century German and Dutch map makers who depicted Palestine as a holy but unpopulated region, to the lines drawn by the British Mandate officials between 1918 and 1948, and onwards to today, with the evolving borders, boundaries, and checkpoints constructed by the Israeli government since 1948. And because of these shifts, the region's maps are a dynamic archive. And as the landscape changes, the depopulated Palestinian villages remain. And for these sites, maps become a vessel for memory work. They become a record of place names that lend insights into the locality and its history. But it's also a record in flux, looking both to the past as well as to the present and the future through things like web mapping platforms like Google Maps. Now, in the case of the latter, online maps hold a very powerful role in shaping how space is read and remembered. And for this paper and the broader paper, I look at cartography by Palestinian artists, but it's important to look at these apps to recognize the kinds of erasure that occur, since the disappearance of Palestinian place names actually drives the political imagination that is at the heart of the artist's cartographical works. So if we stay with the final one for the moment, the map apps, we can see how in Palestine, Israel, maps have taken on another life. They invite users to move through time as archived maps and oral narratives overlaid by footage, images, names, and routes from various periods to create a multi-level view of an area, a village, or even sometimes a specific building. So the map apps and the memory maps are blooming, and we can see some up on the screen here, including Pivot the World and perhaps the best known one, iNakba. So they all offer very unique ways of exploring cities and depopulated sites, and even how the landscape is changing. And for some context, we can briefly look at POM, which was developed in 2018 by Ahmed Barclay and his team. So the impetus for this particular project emerged when several Mandate-era maps of Palestine were digitized and posted online. And they were a very compelling resource, but the POM team spotted a challenge when they compared views of the region in the 1940s to the present. So like paper maps, the individual post required sifting, a process that resulted in snapshots that actually ended up limiting the flow of the evolving images. So to address this, the team digitized the maps with data gathered from scholars and Palestinian and Israeli NGOs to produce an interactive platform that includes a range of overlays and base maps, which we can see up on the screen. So once the map is set, the user selects the villages and discovers the date that it was depopulated, the population size prior to depopulation, and a list of online archives that record the village, including Palestine Remembered and Zochrot. So we can see an example up here on the screen of Ramleh with a few options selected, the base map of Palestine in 1946 and a vector overlay from the 1940s. And here we have satellite imagery from just last year with the same vector overlay from the 1940s put over satellite images that are more recent. So POM is part of a growing number of online mapping platforms that are guided by an ethos of remembrance and narrative sharing. And for Barclay, keeping the old maps as overlays provides a very unique insight into historical mapping techniques, and it shows us how the landscape has changed. So when we view the coverage of the area by third-party online maps, such as Google Maps, alongside POM and others, what emerges is a picture of the power of maps to erase and resurrect. And at the same time, the maps also reveal the myriad ways that the political is experienced and imagined. So if we take Rivka Jaffe's definition of political imagination as the understanding of how power should work, we can see how Palestinian and Israeli cartography can reveal inequalities of participation, belonging, and community. And likewise, the production of counter maps and maps, especially by Palestinian artists, highlights how maps can exhibit an alternative cartographical vision that expresses distinct political imaginations and ideas about multi-directional utopias. So the art maps discussed in this paper collectively reflect on the geopolitics of Palestine-Israel, but Bisan Abu Aisha's 2013 installation, Sorry, You'll Search for Palestine, Produce No Results, presents and invites commentary from visitors. So the work is tactile. It's a dark grey wooden map that centres Jerusalem, the city picked out in lighter grey with minimal place names, except Old City, Abu Dis and Ma'al Adumim, among others. The minimalism is a ruse, however, and visitors are invited to pluck pieces out of the map, a bit like a peg puzzle, to reveal the names of depopulated Palestinian villages, such as Al-Tur. So the act of lifting and revealing peels back the layer of erasure to reveal the names and the places that are missing from the guidebooks and the maps. And in the process, the visitors are engaging in tactile memory work, seeking, finding, and learning, and also adding. Beside the board is some chalk, and visitors are invited to add to the map, whether comments, observations, missing boundaries, or missing sites. So the engagement of visitors brings a spontaneity that fuels the political imagination behind the project. So disappointed by the erasure of Palestinian life from the DK Eyewitness Guidebook, Jerusalem, Israel, Petra and Sinai, Abu Aisha's installation is an emotional and effectual act of interactive memory work that draws on ideas, remembrance, touch and audio visuals. His map then is multi-layered, but not in the obvious way that its movable pieces suggest. Rather, its function is layered. It's interactive memory work and an artistic manifestation of political imagination. And if we return to Jaffe's definition of political imagination, she emphasizes the centrality of art as a medium to frame imaginings of alternative futures as above. So by speaking the village names and showing Palestinian daily life, Abu Aisha constructs both a blocky and concrete utopia, as well as a truth whose power lies in transcending reality in the right way, as Levitas would say. So for our final case study, we can look at Mohammed Abu Sal's A Metro in Gaza, or Metro fi Gaza. And in this one, the gaze is on the future. And it's an alternative one where the Gaza Strip is crisscrossed by an underground metro with 7 lines connecting the coast to the inland, cities to a functioning airport, and the pollution levels are lowered as travelers opt to take the underground instead. The images and accompanying map are printed in pamphlet form, the kind of tourists would grab as they hurry through the Paris metro, and they're ordinary in every sense except for the context. The minimalism reveals a pared-back Gaza. The metro lines run straight, the stations offering regular stops on the journeys between checkpoints, border towns, and the coast. So the Gaza Strip is densely inhabited, and the map offers a vision of movement that circumvents the heavy traffic, the war-damaged roads and pavements, and the outages due to the blockade. And in doing so, A Metro in Gaza presents a counter map to the ongoing immobility and instability, as well as a hopeful vision at a point when dreams remain elusive, as Abu Sal says up on the screen. So Abu Sal's Metro map is a utopian project tempered by dystopia. The two cannot be disentangled. And at the same time, the map's familiar style is intentional. There's a yearning for normalcy, as Tamari would say, that suggests an alternative normal is imaginable, albeit in a utopia where the blockade does not exist. So both Abu Aisha and Abu Sal are attentive to utopian ideas of past and present and future, but their works also urge the viewer to acknowledge that dystopia cannot be disentangled or discarded. The reality is that the infrastructure of Gaza, so damaged through war, is unable to sustain Abu Sal's dream. Likewise, the need to speak the names of the depopulated villages denotes an ongoing erasure that Abu Aisha's sorry resists. In the context of memory, utopian maps function as mnemonics. By highlighting what is missing today and what is needed tomorrow, they remind us of what was and what has been left in the past. And in doing so, artistic maps offer an insight into what is needed to move towards a natural life that satisfies the yearning for normalcy. So through subtle expression of political imagination and memory, Abu Aisha and Abu Sal's cartographical works offer glimpses of a multi-directional utopia mapped visually and discursively that channels the power of maps towards a narrative of remembrance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Louise. I really enjoyed that. I just love the image of the Gaza Metro map. One thing that struck me, early on, you mentioned this analogy of the knife and the blade pressed against the future. And then you showed us what struck me as being a kind of physical geographical information system, the map of Jerusalem with these very prominent cuts where you lifted bits out and explored other bits of the city. Is there anything you'd like to add to that?
No, I think what you're saying there is drawing a wonderful connecting line between the viscerality that maps can have. I think we oftentimes do conceptualize them as being tools, but the fact is they have so many other layers. They are informative, they are mnemonics, as I said, but they also have this emotional pull, especially when they have the ability to tell certain stories and resurrect certain places and sustain certain places. And I think Bauman's idea, I think it was Bauman, talking about utopia as a knife edge to the future. I feel like maps in some ways, especially artistic ones, have that space to realize that opportunity to put forward different sort of articulations of the past and the future that can be that striking in a sense. And also, I think in the broader paper, I start to realize as well that we can't talk about utopia and, you know, this knife edge to the future without also thinking about dystopia. And I think dystopia is like a heavy undercurrent that really is very present in both maps too. So they're almost like a couple that can't be untangled in a sense.
Oh, intriguing. It's a great way of looking at it. And what I do find interesting is that traditionally, conventionally, when we've seen maps of this part of the world, it's been a map of the Holy Land. And yet here you're showing us this dystopian future. It's a very, very different way for us to look at this part of the world and to imagine it cartographically. Anything you'd like to add on that?
That's very true, Nick. And I would say it's not only a dystopian future that it's commenting on, it's also a dystopian present as well. I feel that when we look at the absences that are highlighted, they're also the things that are mourned, the things that are needed. And I think they're a very important addition to what you're saying of having the traditional holy maps, especially the older ones from previous centuries, which really curated the land on paper in a sense to have no people, no history, no voices of the people who were there. So I think that there is this evolution that is happening. And I think both in terms of technology and in art maps, there's this ability for maps to become a platform for these voices and to also recognize what is, you know, difficult and challenging in today's society as much as the challenges that will remain for the imminent future too. Yeah, I feel there's a continuity between the past, the present, and the future. We can't disengage any of them from each other. The same way we can't disengage utopia and dystopia.
Thank you, Louisa. That's a fascinating way of looking at things. I think it just encompasses everything in a kind of cartographic whole. It's a really thought-provoking presentation for us to go away and ponder. And I'm afraid that brings us to the end of this this particular talk. So thank you for getting us thinking. And we now move on to a kind of double act. When we put out our call for papers, we had two papers, both suggesting or offering to talk about erasure. And we thought that why not try and combine it? So what we're going to do next, there will be two speakers and they'll each give their presentation one at a time. So it'll be Annabelle Hondier from the Bodleian Library here in Oxford and James Rodker from the University of Birmingham. And they will speak one after each other. And then I think once they've both finished, we'll go on to the Q&A. So we can ask our questions to both speakers. So Annabelle is an assistant in the Bodleian Special Collections Department, working with the John Johnson collection of printed ephemerae. She's interested in 20th century artists' books and works on paper and photography from America and Germany. James is a PhD student based at Birmingham, and his research focuses on the interactions between 20th century poetry and painting. We've called this paper Erasure and Cartography, 2 chapters. So Annabelle will go first. So it's over to Annabelle.
Many years ago, I was supposed to move to Los Angeles, but every time I went there, something about the light and space made me think that life was basically meaningless, and you might as well surrender hope right away. I was still an art critic in those days, and I would drive from northeast of Los Angeles, where I was supposed to settle into my new suburban existence, over to the downtown museums, look at some art, and drive back. But when I got home, I'd find that the hours I'd spent negotiating freeway merge lanes and entrances and exits and parking garages was, in some mysterious way, more memorable than the museums. These words open an essay written by Rebecca Solnit, in which she describes Los Angeles as a city distinguished by its vehicular infrastructure and the experience of driving along highways through smog-filtered light. This idea that it is the car above all else that defined LA as a city is key to Ed Ruscha's work. Motoring, I'd like to propose, is a crucial part of Ed Ruscha's practice and is also often a critical element of urban mapmaking. The importance of cars for Ruscha has previously been noted by critics such as Rosalind Krauss, David Campany, and Dave Hickey, who writes that Ruscha's work nails the road through realms of absence, that exquisite iterative progress through the domain of names and places, through vacant landscapes of windblown, ephemeral language. Some brief examples of Ruscha's sustained interest in driving. In 1967, Ruscha creates a book called Royal Road Test, which documented, as if recording the scene of a grisly murder, what happened when he threw a Royal brand typewriter out of the window of a speeding car. More recently, in 2009, Ruscha illustrated an edition of Kerouac's On the Road. And in between these two publications, as well as before and after them, Ruscha has produced many paintings, photographs, drawings, and books about gas stations, road signs, tires, and streets. So driving and its ephemera are depicted in many works by Ruscha, but it's also important for him in terms of technique. One of his best-known works is Every Building on the Sunset Strip, a Leporello from 1966, which when unfolded is 27 feet long. Along the top edge of the book are the buildings along one side of the Sunset Strip, and along the bottom edge are the buildings on the other side, and both sides are annotated with the address of each building. Documenting this 2.7-kilometer stretch was no easy feat. Ruscha was working with 200-foot-long rolls of film, which were end pieces left over from film shoots, and loading them into the motorized camera mounted in the back of his truck, which you saw in my first slide. The camera had to be reloaded multiple times during the shoot, and the resulting images were collaged together to create a continuous ribbon. This work is most likely based on this map, Jinza Kaiwai Jinza Hasho, created in 1954 by Yoshikazu Suzuki and Shohashi Kimura. It is a guide to the district of Ginza in Tokyo, and as you could see, it's almost identical to Ruscha's book in appearance. Although Ruscha claims he had never seen this book when he was recording the Sunset Strip, the similarities are certainly striking. So in 1966, Ruscha's artwork could have been used as a map of the Sunset Strip if one were driving down the street. His book would have served this function very well, and it's even helpfully folded up just like a map. And the technique Ruscha used to make this work, as you may have noticed, is a remarkable precursor to the map-making methods used now for Google Street View. Such a method shows us the city as viewed from a car, not from the perspective of somebody on foot, a choice Ruscha makes because he is keenly aware that LA is a city that is predominantly experienced by drivers and passengers, not pedestrians. He wasn't the only one of his generation to notice this. Fellow Californian conceptualist Jean Baudissari also photographed what he saw from his car, and the architectural critic Rainer Banham recognized the centrality of driving to LA's urban infrastructure. His 1972 TV show, Rainer Banham Loves Los Angeles, features Banham himself driving around the city while waxing lyrical about his love of this unspeakable sprawling mess. At the time, the city was widely viewed as an incomprehensible disaster of urban planning, which was horrifically polluted and smoggy to boot. In his 1971 book, Los Angeles, The Architecture of Four Ecologies, Banham splits the city into four main parts, one of which, Autopia, or the freeway system, is so nicknamed because Banham believed that the time LA's citizens spent sitting in traffic gave them the two calmest and most rewarding hours of their daily lives. Banham's work emphasized that LA's roads are not just a means of getting around the city, but are themselves a major component of it. As James has introduced, Ruscha deals with the significance of LA's roads by addressing how people use, see, and experience these streets most often, and the feelings and associations often projected onto these highways. His work is concerned with trying to express how we subjectively encounter LA's streets. We just saw this in his handling of the Sunset Strip, but we see how that book takes a relatively straightforward and documentary-like approach to mapping roads when we compare it to other works by Ruchet in which we might trace a similar impulse, such as this painting. Here, the grey flecks suggest the pollution of central LA, but we can't learn much else. Without the text labeling this image, we'd have little chance of identifying this broken straight line as a road at all, let alone this particular one. Ruchet sustains this style in several other paintings, such as this one. Out of the miasma, specks secreted from exhaust pipes coalesce to form street names. This is how we know that we are looking at the famous Hollywood and Vine Junction, around which the Hollywood Walk of Fame is centered. It has been so simplified that it will otherwise be unrecognizable. Ruchet is concerned then with how reading these street names can conjure up an image of a place, such that he does not need to depict that place with verisimilitude. The connotations of Hollywood Boulevard, for example, lend meaning to the straight line at the top of this image. The junction in this painting suggests the glamour of the film industry and the excitement of fame and celebrity, so these names bring these associations to a stark grey canvas that is anything but glamorous. Films and their industry are able to transform the street names and neighborhoods of LA, cementing them as allegoric icons of the city's glamour and mystique. This painting of Mulholland Drive, created after the release of the 2001 David Lynch film of the same name, borrows by association that film's mysteriousness and noir sensibility. Mulholland Drive itself refers to another film named after an LA street that is frequent fodder for Ruchet, as you've already seen, Sunset Boulevard. The list of LA streets possessing international reputations builds over the years, with Ruchet's painting suggesting that Mulholland Drive is the latest film to add a road to the ranks of iconic locations. And it's not only film and TV that make locations into icons, but literature too. My own inspiration for this talk was a line from Thomas Pynchon's novella The Crying of Lot 49, set just outside LA, which reads, "Behind the hieroglyphic streets, there would either be a transcendent meaning or only the earth, another mode of meaning behind the obvious, or none." So a lot of LA's streets and neighborhoods have been promoted to metonyms, perhaps none more so than Hollywood. Maps and the choices made by map makers undoubtedly play a role in identifying and anchoring the status of these places. The Hollywood sign is an excellent example of this. To misquote Simone de Beauvoir, it was not born but became a monument. This sign, built in 1923 as a billboard advertising the Hollywoodland housing development, was left off the map for a very long time. For example, this topographical map from 1966 marks the radio facility right next to the sign, but not the sign itself. And this tourist map, produced by Shell in 1956, features the nearby observatory, Greek theatre, and zoo, but not the sign. This repeated omission seems strange. The sign was right there all along. Here it is in the 1954 thriller Down Three Dark Streets. And it seems particularly ridiculous when you consider the fact that the sign is like the text labeling a place on a map made real. Many maps that exclude the sign feature a different fictive sign or banner with the word Hollywood written on it, very close to the real sign's location. The reasons for this are many, but to summarize briefly, the sign was not always thought of as something that people would want to look at. It was a billboard, and various petitions to get it taken down were raised. It was also damaged and vandalized at various points, and this image shows it in a particularly poor state in the 70s. But in 1973, the sign became a registered Los Angeles Cultural Historical Monument. And in 1978, thanks to a campaign by Hugh Hefner, the sign was repaired. It is only after this point, over 50 years since the sign was originally built, that it starts to become a consistent presence on the map. As you can see in these more recent examples of LA maps, all of which note the presence of the sign. I think what this story demonstrates is how culture, media, and social attitudes shape map making, and how the inclusion of something in a map changes its status. Now tourists flock to the Hollywood sign because they know it from the movies, but also because it's there on the map, where it might be marked with a star or included in a list of the top 10 attractions in the city. A pilgrimage up Mount Lee wasn't always an essential stop on any tourist agenda, and in the past, a tourist map that neglected the sign would not have been seen as lacking. To return to Ruchet, Over his lifetime, he has taken over 140,000 photographs of LA streets in an immense documentary project. These have recently been turned into an online map by the Getty Institute, which allows people to drive along streets and see how they have changed over the years, thanks to Rouché's extensive records. Looking at these images, I can't help but wonder which shopfront, street name, or billboard might be canonized as a landmark next. Rouché's work and the maps that I've shown today have hopefully illustrated how streets, signs, and the maps they are listed on are able to record culture and create it. In this case, they have formed a mythology surrounding Los Angeles that looms large in the global imagination. Thank you.
Okay, hi, I'm James Rodker. I'm a PhD student in Literature and Art History at the University of Birmingham. And today I'll be doing a joint presentation with Annabelle, who'll be speaking later, about the artist Ed Rouché and the relationship his work has with cartography and the cartographic mode. In 1956, Ed Rouché would leave his hometown of Oklahoma City to begin his career as an artist in Los Angeles. From then until the present day, Rouché has amassed a wide variety of work that encompasses painting, photography, art book publishing, installation, and filmmaking. For many critics, what consolidates these diverse practices is their constant attention to and apparent fascination with the city of Los Angeles, and to Hollywood as a neighborhood in particular. Some of his most recognizable works, such as his monolithic paintings of gas stations found along Route 66, or his photo book documenting every building on the Sunset Strip, are so well known precisely because they make this relationship to the city so blatant, and have contributed to Rouché being thought of by many in the Los Angeles art world as an unofficial sort of painter laureate for the area. The other aspect of Rouché's work that is often cited by critics as particularly significant, most notable of course in his painting, is his use of text. Text is so prominent in the work that it's productive to think of him not just as painter or as image maker, but simultaneously as writer or as a poet, one who constructs elegantly balanced symbioses between verbal and visual expression. In my research, I've come to think of these symbioses, these sort of hybridizations, as text images. They're works that inseparably, they are multimodal, relying foundationally on the interaction between the verbal and the visual modes. What I'm interested in here today is how these two aspects of Rouché's practice, as documentarian of a place and of placehood, and as a formalist concerned with the reciprocity between modes and sign systems, inform one another, build off one another, and in some senses buttress one another. What I want to know is, if Rouché is first and foremost a Los Angeles artist, focused on representing the peculiarities of the city, why does he constantly choose to do so via the tool of the text image? And conversely, if Rouché is fundamentally a text image maker, why do his text images so frequently return to depicting subjects that are unmistakably Angelino in subject? Why do these two practices seem to feed off each other so productively? The first way of thinking about this problem, and one which is most relevant to this conference, is that the multimodal framework Rouché is working in, where text and image cooperate and inform one another, is the same as is used, at least in a modern Western sense, in map making. It can be thought of as a cartographic multimodality. And as you can see here, this was not lost on Rouché. His work often borrowed from the cartographic sphere. And whilst these works may not be functional or like orientational as maps, they nevertheless reveal an understanding of how maps work at a base semiotic level and play with the dynamics of diagrammatic representation. Often these works challenge the viewer's expectation of what a map is, but also fundamentally what a work of art is, and where the two, if at all, may be distinguished from one another. They flirt between the seemingly informative or instructive functions of the map and the absurd or dissociative functions of the postmodern artwork. The goal of such a work such as this is not to help a tourist find their way around the streets of Hollywood. The names of streets and their relation to one another have been isolated from any such function, but there is still some vestige of the cartographic impulse in these works that enlightens the viewer to a more subjective experience of the place they represent. There are some instances of these sort of near cartographies, these map-like forms that hint at some level of diagrammatic accuracy. The eastern section of Sunset Boulevard, for example, from Hollywood down to the neighborhood of Little Armenia, is a flat, straight, west to east line, as is arguably being represented here by Ruchet. Is that enough for us to read this painting or to think of it constructively in itself? And what about these works in the Metro Plot series of the late 90s, whose texts chart a route through the neighborhoods and street names of Los Angeles, but whose images speak of wholly other or wholly removed places? These mountains that appear frequently in Ruchet's later work have been thought of as responding to the tradition of American landscape painting as a sort of culmination to the great westward gaze of 19th century landscapists like Thomas Cole or Albert Bierstadt. These mountains and Ruchet's other backgrounds, which he himself liked to think of as just theatre sets that house the words, complicate the work's relationship with place, or with any one place in particular. Indeed, it's the very dynamic that first allows these paintings to approach the cartographic mode, their text-image interaction, that ultimately prevents them from really being maps. The image and the text, whilst in some sort of symbiotic hieroglyphic dance with one another, never quite sing from the same hymn sheet. They can never agree on where it is they are representing, and so they fail in their diagrammatic responsibilities to inform, to orientate, or to situate the viewer. If it's not constructive to think of these works as functional maps, how else might we think of the relationship between their multimodality and their representations of place? Does a work such as this one from 2006 have more to say about the city and do more to inform the viewer than the works that borrow more evidently from cartographic form? Ruchet attempts to challenge the accurate, objective representations of place one can find in maps or diagrams, or even in more naturalistic landscape painting, with a more atmospheric, subjective representation. While still drawing on the multimodal frameworks of cartography, these works don't pretend to document the layout of streets or the arrangement of topography. What they do, however, is give a far more constructive representation of what it's like to be in these places, to walk down these streets, or to call the city your home. There are several reasons why text-image multimodality is particularly productive in these types of representations. The first is, quite simply, that urban areas are full of text images themselves. Billboards, shop signs, murals. The makeup of any urban environment is significantly dictated by the interplay of verbal and visual elements. And the experience of being in such an environment is similarly dictated by encounters with these text images. LA, perhaps more than most, is a city materially built on exchanges between words, images, symbols, facades, and screens, to the extent that arguably the city's most famed monument is itself constructed of imposing monolithic letterforms. Many of Ruchet's early paintings, these examples here all come from the early 60s, play with the idea of the found text image, the text image one might find walking, or in Ruchet's case, driving down a Los Angeles street. When walking through a gallery space with these representations around you, you're situated in the represented space, just as effectively as any map. And they give an uncompromising and quite often unflattering impression of what really exists down there at street level. These might seem to be a universal and nondescript sign that don't really give an impression of where the viewer might be. But it's surprising just how much of the local atmosphere is conveyed through them, and how much of a city's identity and regional vernacular can be portrayed in something as simple as a sign on the street. Another reason that text-image multimodality is so effective in representations of urban space is that these spaces are not just things to be looked at. They're filled with people, sounds, smells, and other non-visual aspects that demand a multimodal representation. This is really what separates text-based painting from conventional landscapes, and that the viewer can be given a more rounded, multi-sensory account of the place depicted. The prime example of this, and not of Los Angeles this time, but actually of London, where Ruchet visited in 1970, is this, the News Muse Pews series. This is his attempt at capturing, through multimodal representation, a sense of his idea of Englishness and the experience of being in England as an American. These are not just vaguely English-sounding words in a vaguely Old English-looking typeface. They are simultaneously words that have been grouped together by a typically English fondness for irreverent wordplay. They also attempt to depict the atmosphere and particularities of place through their medium, being printed in what Ruchet considered typically English substances, such as baked beans, caviar, daffodils, tulips, and chutney. I'll let you decide amongst you which is which. This all amounts to a representation of space that is not documentary or diagrammatic, but nevertheless speaks to an immersive, phenomenological account of really being in a place. What text images also bring to representations is an injection of temporality. This can either be from the construction of little narrative vignettes within the painting, as you can see in these examples, or just simply from the more temporal modality that text exhibits over the more spatial modality of images. This temporality allows these representations of place to acquire a realistic sense of dynamism and movement, so that they become more than just snapshots of a place, but living, breathing reenactments of place. The places that Ruchet depicts are stages for people or characters to interact in, which makes them feel much more like the places we inhabit in real life than the static, lifeless places seen in maps or in landscape paintings. This sense of the moving image also ties back into the peculiarities of Los Angeles as a city, as fundamentally a place concerned with the construction of narratives and the capturing or the condensing of the vibrancy of lived experience on a flat surface. Whether his paintings are more explicit in referencing the cartographic mode, or seek to construct a more subjective, atmospheric portrayal of the city, it's clear that Ruchet relies on the intricate dynamics between verbal and visual expression to achieve his representations of placehood. The spectre of the map is always present, even in instances where it seems disconnected, as there exists a delicate balance between showing and describing, between what we see in a place and what we say about a place, that underpins both practices and allows this particular reciprocal relationship between sign systems to stand for or to speak to real places out there in the world. Thank you.
Thanks, James. Thanks, Annabelle. If I can invite you both to come in on the for the Q&A, that would be great to see you both. I was really taken by how both of those presentations had links with ones we've had earlier in the conference. So James was mentioning the theatre setting of Ruchet's work, and that took me back earlier this afternoon to Laura talking about the image of the meeting in the Chaco between the indigenous and the colonists, and then Annabelle's paper, and there were certain similarities between what she was showing in some of the cartography out there and the Ian Spangler's presentation yesterday on the Realtors map, which was fascinating stuff. But one question which has come through is how both of you, and this is for both of you, showed Ruchet's work in a different form. So Annabelle, you were emphasizing the pollution in LA, and James, you were talking about pristine landscapes in LA. So can I bounce that off both of you, and any thoughts you might have on comparing those two?
Yeah, well, thanks, Nick. If I can just start, I think what's particularly useful about Ruchet's work is that all these images, whether they're the photographs or the paintings or even the films that he's made at some parts in his career, they're all very surface level. They're all either, like, if they're word paintings, they're very pithy statements, or if they're photographs, they're just pictures of things as they are. And I think that allows for a lot of interpretations to go any way the viewer wants, because the way that Ruchet works is really by capturing a facade as it is in front of him, rather than delving deeper into it. So I think by looking at the same body of work and in one sense seeing a polluted, smoggy city that seems like a comment on Los Angeles as it is, but also seeing it as sort of like a more pop art representation of glamour and Hollywood and things like that. I think both those things are present in the work because they're so surface level, because they just remain as facades in front of the viewer.
Yeah, to pick up on a term that James used in his talk, which is the word stage. I think that what not only Evershay's paintings, but the maps of Hollywood really show is how those locations, which have become so kind of famous, function as a kind of stage in a way, right? They're temporary. The Hollywood sign, as I was sort of showing, fluctuated in interest over time, and it wasn't always being used in the way that it is now as a sort of tourist destination, where it's literally a backdrop like a stage where you go and take photos. And I think hopefully what Richet's sort of paintings, as well as the maps of LA, reveal is that how areas of a city kind of fluctuate in their use and in the way that people engage with them, which I find quite exciting.
Thank you. Question from our next speaker, actually, a question for Annabelle. I wonder about the contradiction that you spelled out of the Hollywood sign as, on the one hand, a toponym made of concrete, a place name you can visit and touch, and on the other as a cultural symbol, so full of reference, so diffuse that it practically fades into nothing. Is Richet ultimately playing with Hollywood as artifact or emblem, or both?
Oh, thank you very much for that question. That's really fantastic. I think to answer that question, I would say that Richet is critical of Hollywood and of the way that it transforms not only LA as a city, but also reflects on the way that the film industry kind of perhaps is built on a very sort of thin ground. The essay that I referenced at the beginning kind of talks about how that area was literally like an abandoned valley before it became a city, and then became this kind of internationally famous sort of film location. And I think Richet kind of has a very similar view on what the film industry has done to that area and to the reality of Hollywood. I mean, if you go to LA, how much actual filming and how much actual industry do you actually see? The Hollywood Walk of Fame, there's no actual sort of filming going on there. It's just stars on the ground. Yes, there's no real John Travolta or real figures kind of associated with the industry that actually there. It's just kind of the traces of you know, the Warner Brothers film lot. So the industry kind of is like this sort of shadow that kind of lurks above the city, but doesn't actually present itself, if that makes sense. I think it's what Richet is trying to convey.
Thanks. Anything you'd like to add to that, James? Or...
Yeah, well, I think the idea of traces that you touched on, I think, is present in a lot of Richet's work. These things like he's always almost saying something, or like there's always something that's just been cut off. Quite a lot of the words that he finds are from radio broadcasts that he sort of overhears, or signs that he's sped past in the street. So this idea of there being something there that he's not fully encountering or not comprehending, because they're all in glimpses or they're all in traces. I think that is something very unique to the environment of Los Angeles, as it's something where, you know, as Annabelle was saying, there's something important and big happening, but it doesn't involve you if you're a tourist, or if you're a painter not in the movie industry. So you sort of get these traces of it, you get these glimpses of it, but it's sort of kept hidden from you. And I think that's what Richet's commenting on in a way.
Thank you, everybody, for a really great session. We are running slightly late, but not that late. So we'll now take another break and we will be back at 5 to 4 UK time. So we've got about 22 minutes, I make it, before we're back in action. So go away, get yourself some cup of tea, cup of coffee, or whatever is your beverage of choice. And we look forward to seeing you soon when Alexander Kent will be our next speaker. So thanks.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's time to start our penultimate session of our Artful Maps, the Visual Cultures of Cartography conference. We've had two excellent sessions so far today, building on the work of our Emerging Scholars Forum yesterday. And it's a pleasure now to introduce our next set of three speakers with some really interesting papers. Our first speaker is Alex Kent, who's a former president of the British Cartographic Society and now vice president of the International Cartographic Association. And he's editor of the Cartographic Journal, where the papers from our first conference appeared, and we have a second set in preparation. Alex is an honorary reader at Canterbury Christ Church University, and he leads the Coastal Connections Programme for World Monuments Fund and English Heritage. And it's a pleasure now to introduce him to speak on the subject of art and geovisualization, the evolution of aesthetics in the British Cartographic Society's awards. Thanks, Alex.
Thanks a lot, Liz. Let me just get this up and running so that you can see me and now. Because I'm doing this live, things are slightly different. So I just have a notice here saying the disabled attendee screen sharing. I don't know if that can be undisabled, so that I can share my slides. That would be good.
Just to fill in from the rest of our audience, all our other panelists have come to you recorded to make sure that we are absolutely secure. We couldn't do this with Alex, so it's very kind of our tech team to help get him, to beam him around the world to you live.
Great, so I don't know if you can undisable the screen sharing, and then I'll crack on and share the slides, hopefully.
Perhaps you could just, in the meantime, Alex, tell our audience a little bit about the British Cartographical Society and what its awards are.
Yeah, good idea, Liz. Thanks very much indeed. So hopefully we can get this sorted out pretty soon. So the British Cartographic Society has been offering awards since 1975. That was the year of the first award, which was actually for the most outstanding paper in the kind of
We seem to have lost Alex. So while our excellent tech team tried to get Alex back to us, I wonder if we might consider moving on to our next speaker, whose talk is recorded. So we should be able
Good idea.
to... Oh, no, Alex is back with us. His voice is back with us.
Yeah, it's still saying disabled screen sharing. So yeah, good idea, Liz. Move on to something else. Hopefully we can get this sorted out fairly soon. Yeah.
Thank you. If our tech team can organise that for us, we'd like to pass on to Andrew McRae. Andrew's Professor of Renaissance Studies at the University of Exeter. As the principal investigator of the Polyolbion project, he's been involved in editing Michael Drayton's early 17th century epic poem of English and Welsh nationhood and annotating the accompanying set of maps by William Hole. And his talk today is entitled William Hole's Polyolbion Maps, The Limits of Iconography.
Maps of England and Wales produced by the engraver William Hole to accompany the two volumes of Michael Drayton's Polyolbion, published in 1612 and 1622, will be familiar to many of us. Indeed, it's perhaps fair to say that they are more familiar today than Drayton's 15,000-line poem describing the history and geography of England and Wales. It's also possible that some people have noticed the digital map that was created inspired by the work of Hole, the 2019 Place of Poetry project that I managed in collaboration with the poet Paul Farley. But to my knowledge, nobody has ever paused on these maps and asked how they are making their meanings. To state the obvious, they're filled with human figures or anthropomorphized representations of the land. But to then take one example by way of introduction, I'd ask, why does Barnstable appear to have a crown on her head? Likewise, where? And why does this differ from that which another Cheshire towns wear, which appears to be the same as what Wolverhampton has on her head? And why does Hall use such variations in his iconography for towns and cities when Saxton had established a perfectly standard model that Hall himself uses with increasing frequency as he continued through Polyolbian's 30 songs? Obviously, Saxton didn't have the human figures, but he had those representations for towns and cities. I'm approaching Hall's maps from a different disciplinary background to that I'm assuming, at least, of most people involved in this conference. I'm a literary historian, and with colleagues I've been producing a scholarly edition of Polyolbion, which is nearing completion. We were determined from the start to approach Polyolbion as a multi-authored text in which meaning is created not just by a poem, but also from the prose annotations of John Selden and the maps of Hall. This has led me to spending a lot of time this year annotating the maps, and in the process thinking afresh about the ways in which they interact with the poem. By any standards, these are peculiar maps. Hall understood how cartography worked, having produced a number of the maps for the 1607 edition of William Camden's Britannia, and these were heavily dependent on the labours and models of Christopher Saxton's Elizabethan Atlas. But for Polyolbion, he accepted, perhaps influenced by personal discussions with Drayton, we'll never know, that cartographic accuracy was not his purpose. His maps were intended to elucidate the poem, functioning at times in dialogue with it. In this paper, derived from my draft map annotations, and a very long Twitter thread that some of you may have seen on the Polyolbion Twitter feed, I want to ask how the maps contribute to the meaning of the text. And I want to return specifically to the tensions between cartographic iconography and the demands to illustrate the poem. Each map presented Hall with a fresh challenge. Cartographers are generally comfortable with areas of sea or unmapped space on the page if the area of concern presents an irregular shape, and you can see how Saxton dealt with that for Dorset, putting the title in the top left. Hall was well aware of this convention, but for Polyolbion, he determined instead to fill the page as much as possible with land, often sacrificing geographical accuracy in the process. Some of Drayton's own decisions about the areas on which he would concentrate in each song didn't help with the engraver. For example, in Song 2, he combines Dorset and Hampshire, which together present an area that is almost 3 times the distance east to west as it is north-south. Elsewhere, he manifestly overcomplicates his task. For example, there's no obvious reason for map 16 to be east rather than north oriented, and the decision to leave an image of London until map 17 feels perverse when one contemplates the blank space between Hampstead and Highgate Hills in the bottom left. And map 17, unless someone can offer me an explanation, I've been waiting, is a low point in the collection, suggesting that Surrey and Sussex border each other east-west and depicting the Thames veering unaccountably upward on the page after passing London. But elsewhere, Hall's manipulation of cartography is more successful. For instance, map 14 tilts Gloucestershire roughly 60 degrees clockwise so that the Severn Estuary runs across the top of the page, the head of the Thames features at the bottom, and crucially, the centre is therefore available for an image of rural festivity drawn from the poem. And map 28 of Yorkshire is, in my view, his masterpiece. He squeezes some of the protruding edges of the county onto the rectangular page, compressing the southern protrusion, smoothing the southeasterly projection of the Holderness Peninsula, and flattening an uneven western border. Within this context, the map accentuates quite nicely the way in which the county is structured around river systems draining towards the Humber Estuary, and creates a frame for the massive detail that Hall imports from the song. It's a fantastically detailed map. Hall also challenges in terms of accurately situating some geographical features. Drayton worked quite heavily from Camden's Britannia, which tends to mention places that don't feature on Saxton's maps. For instance, in Flintshire, the hills of Yale and the Valley of the Cross are now as then relatively obscure features. Hole need not have depicted them at all, but once committed to them, he appears to have just opted to place them inaccurately in a convenient patch of empty space and to move on. But a very small number of other decisions are less obviously explicable. For example, it makes a kind of sense for the point of the Wirral Peninsula to be described as the corner of Wirral, but that is not what Drayton does, nor have I found it in any of Hole's other possible sources. It's possible that he placed the image there simply to balance the other more populated areas of his map. Hole is more compliant on map 6, on which one might reasonably expect to see Brecknockshire marked, since it lay on the other side of the River Wye to Radnorshire. But Brecknockshire is the single county that Drayton appears simply to have overlooked in his long poem. Selden suggests helpfully in his annotations that, quote, the inlands of Brecknock are presumably also partly enfolded in the song. But Hole takes his lead from Drayton's argument to the song, which lists just the 3 counties of Radnorshire, Cardiganshire, and Montgomeryshire. Yet the maps also assert an insistent sway upon any reader's engagement with this text. In truth, Polyolbion is an uneven and unpredictable muddle of history and geography, coloured variously by the author's love of his land and disgust for much that happened within it. The poem famously fails to mention any contemporary landowners or their estates, with a single exception of Drayton's patron, and perversely omits the reigning King James from a catalogue of English monarchs. As many readers of the poem have observed, while it purports to present a unified image of the nation, this is eroded by the weight of local detail and the author's antagonism to so many of the more obvious manifestations of modernity. The destruction of woodland, for example, is a recurrent cause of complaint. But Hole's work is more consistent, subtly reasserting the poem's overt claims to national unity. This is most obvious in his depiction of rivers, which you can see in this map as well as any other. These exaggerated, engorged lines lend shape to the maps and are illustrated with almost always welcoming female figures. They thereby suggest a sense of mobility and potential narrative, since rivers are often used in the poem to give voice to the narratives, historical narratives in particular for the poem. Yet also Britain's essential unity and self-sufficiency. Islands, meanwhile, are often drawn unrealistically close to the British coast. The Channel Islands and Scilly Islands, for example, were not registered on Saxton's map, too far away, but Hole depicts them on the edge of the coast, not therefore places that might remind the reader of the messy and contested borders of nationhood, but comfortably contained on the county page. And forests and woodlands are typically depicted as pristine places, often associated with hunting. Indeed, only once in his depiction of the Wyre forest does Hole reflect Drayton's anxieties about deforestation. To an extent, this instance in which Hole breaks with his consistent iconographic depiction of forests in order to more accurately illustrate the poem might be seen as typical of Hole's method. Throughout the maps, an evident desire for consistent systems of signification sits in tension with the requirement to illustrate the poem. Islands, for instance, are almost always depicted with cliffs on their heads. This is clearly something that could be registered in a notional key to the maps, which of course don't have keys. When faced with a less common geographical feature, such as the mosses of Lancashire, we can see Hole trying out different iconographic models, as though he's unsure which to prefer. Elsewhere, he registers local industries, such as salt production in Cheshire, or mining in the Mendip Hills, with small images. But in still further places, Hole is drawn more fully into dialogue with the poem. Goodwin Sands, for example, presented in the poem as angry, vengeful, and unstable, is carrying what appears to be a rock, presumably indicative of the threat he poses to shipping. And Hole illustrates with particular care some of Drayton's catalogues of natural features, such as birds in 3 places, and there's 3 different catalogues of birds in the poem. And fruit or fruit production and market gardening. On several key maps, the act of illustration is more overt. Map 4 is entirely structured around the image of a singing contest between the rivers on either side of the Severn estuary. Map 15 centres on the marriage of Tame and Isis. And map 14, which I've shown as a whole map earlier, contains images of dancing and feasting in the Cotswolds and harvesting in the Vale of Evesham. Arguably, these scenes demanded illustration on the maps. Indeed, it's entirely possible that Hull was required to organise the respective maps accordingly. But it's also undeniable that Hull's maps extend, even regularise, the celebratory and pastoral mood of these key moments in the poem. His maps routinely indicate fertility and abundance, even a sense of pastoral ease. Notably, on map 24, Hull faced a certain challenge since Drayton took the description of Rutlandshire, the smallest county in England, as his occasion to present a 1,250-line catalogue of the Saints of England, which was never going to be illustrated. And yet, with no authority from the poem, and evidently just to fill space, Hull includes a central image of a reclining shepherd. Of course, shepherds could signify different things at this point in English history, especially given controversial instances of enclosure of common lands in order to create commercial sheep farms. But Hull's intent is more specifically aligned with literary and artistic trends. Importantly, at this time, very few poets actually were applying the resources of the pastoral mode to descriptions of native natural environments, while the concept of landscape as a way of perceiving beauty and organising beauty in the environment had only very recently been imported from the art of the Low Countries. But this is what Hull is doing on this map, decades before such images would become commonplace in landscape art. Indeed, Hull is arguably doing at least as much as Drayton to formulate this emergent pastoralised vision of England. And I think England, unquestionably more than Wales. To conclude, it's perhaps worth returning to my initial question about the iconography of towns in the light of my subsequent discussion of Hull's methods. Again, it's worth noting the obvious. All are female figures, all are well dressed, and all are in, you might say, the prime of their lives. As Hull works through the 30 maps, he settles increasingly on a figure such as this one, an overtly welcoming female figure with the Saxonian buildings on top of her head. So maybe the distinction between the headdresses of Barnstable and Nantwich that I raised at the beginning was intended to mean something, but maybe Hull was just experimenting with different models as he got started. Exceptions in later maps tend to be variations on the standard theme. For instance, Leinster is winding wool, surrounded by the sheep that are celebrated in the poem for their quality, while Yarmouth holds a fish, presumably a herring, in each hand. Others are somewhat misguided or cartographical guesses. For example, Lincoln stands properly on a hill, but there's no obvious reason for the unusually large spire in its headdress. The depiction of Norwich, meanwhile, clearly seems to signify something, but remains, to me at least, inscrutable. And I really welcome any suggestions, because this remains perhaps my greatest unsolved puzzle in the whole set of maps. There is, in short, a degree of experimentation, even playfulness, in Hull's iconography. Indeed, as someone illustrating a poem, drawing pictures on crude maps, his work perhaps hardly matters in a conference of this nature. One might even argue that he's not a cartographer at all, given the crude ways in which he adapts Saxton's exquisite cartography. But I'd argue that the way in which he approached his task was not only highly skilled, but also critical to the meaning and lasting significance of Polyobion as a multi-authored text. His maps have informed the ways in which Drayton's poem have been read, and have also influenced the much wider artistic representation and aesthetic understanding of the English landscape. They demonstrate the enduring, if commonly overlooked, capacity of maps to participate in the making of national myths and meanings. Thanks.
Thank you very much indeed, Andrew, and thank you for being flexible while we sort out our technical difficulties. Could I invite you now to unmute yourself, and we'll take questions for Andrew. just to remind you, you can pop these in the question and answer feature at the bottom of your screen, and we have others coming in by different media, but that's the most obvious way. So, a question from the floor. You mentioned the difference in pastoral depictions between England and Wales. Are there other notable differences in depiction between the two countries? And is there any reference to Welsh language and place names?
Yeah, that's really interesting, because the poem is sort of borderline obsessed with Wales, and all sort of takes on board all the kind of Welsh history and cartographical, sort of topographical writing that is happening in the mid 16th century and late 16th century. I don't think, I'll have to go back and have a look, have a more careful look. I think that that Hole just uses English place names for Wales. This became quite an issue when we're doing the Places of Poetry map, because we decided we had to use the Welsh names, and we pulled them all out, but they weren't on the map to begin with, actually. So I think Hole is actually less sensitive than, you might argue, than Drayton is to the Welsh differences. I think in terms of pastoral depictions, I've mentioned that. I don't think there are other notable differences, apart from perhaps from the fact that Wales is a little bit more sparsely populated, but I think it is a little bit more sparsely populated. So whereas you get that fabulous density of imagery in Yorkshire, there's nothing quite comparable in Wales.
Thank you. That's intriguing. Clearly, future lines of research there. And another question just come in, which is wondering if you could tell us a little bit more about the contemporary reception of the map and the poem, maps and the poem. And in particular, were they taken as a unity by contemporary readers, or were they treated as conceptually different things, coming with different possibilities and possibly different messages?
Yeah, that's interesting. Perhaps the most interesting thing about the contemporary reception is that, for a start, the whole text was not particularly well received, or Drayton at least made the fatal error of telling everyone that it hadn't been well received. So the preface, it was published in two parts, and the preface to the second part, sort of published 10 years after the first part, made lots of references to how difficult it had been to even get that second part into publication, and how nobody was reading it. And he is a sort of notoriously sort of grumpy author. Then in that sort of years and decades afterwards, the main thing people were drawing attention to were the annotations of John Selden, because John Selden wrote these sort of dense historical annotations called the Illustrations to the first 18 songs of the poem. And Selden did that when he was quite young and not very well known, but as he became one of the great intellectual figures of the 17th century, people started saying, "Oh, this is a great text because of Selden's annotations. You don't need to read the poem." I don't think anyone, and I've just been through this kind of doing a reception history section for the introduction of the book, so kind of the final stages of that. I don't think anyone really refers to the maps, and it's quite striking that nobody refers to the maps. Not until you get, and even in the 18th century and 19th century, people don't even publish the maps, and you start to get a few people saying, "Well, you know, why aren't we getting these maps?" So there's that kind of sense comes in then. It's only perhaps in the 20th century that people start taking the map seriously, but even then, I don't think anyone's written about these. You know, I can't find any literature about these maps, which strikes me as kind of weird, really, given how striking they are and how, I guess, fairly well known they are among sort of people who think about this period.
Right, well, that's interesting. We must pass on to our next speaker, but a final thought from me, which is, I don't know if you've investigated mask costumes, courtly masks and so on, and whether they have any bearing on the pictorialization of these. I fear we haven't got time for a long answer to but it might just be a useful thing to consider. Possibly you have already.
I think it's no question. And I mean, Hull was very deeply embedded in Prince Henry's court in this at this period. So he's undoubtedly moving in those circles and those that kind of imagery. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks.
Thank you very much, and again, thank you for your flexibility. So we're going to pass on to our next speaker in this session, who is going to be Erik Odegard. And Erik studied history at Leiden University, defending his doctoral thesis in 2018. And currently he's working on a Dutch Research Council funded project on private investment in the Dutch colony in Brazil in the early to mid 17th century at the International Institution for Social History in Amsterdam. And it's a pleasure to pass over to Erik to hear his discussion of mapping the sugar colony, cartography, art, and slavery in the mapping of Dutch Brazil. Thank you, Erik.
Right, brilliant. Thanks so much. Good day to everyone. Before I begin my presentation, I would briefly like to thank the conveners and the organizers, and especially the technical assistant for today's event, because that was a great help getting this sorted. Now, when we saw the call for proposals for the conference today, I immediately thought of a map that I thought would be very interesting to discuss within the theme of artful maps. And that is this map. This is a version that's published in the Klenke Atlas in the British Library, entitled Brasilia qua parte paret Belgis. This map shows, you can see the coastline here with the north to the right and the south to the left. It shows the coastline of the Dutch colony in Brazil as it existed circa 1642. And then we have a lot of artful depictions of wildlife and other things I'll discuss later. Now, the interesting thing is that when this map appears in the Klenke Atlas, the Dutch colony in Brazil has been lost for some 6 years already. So we have a map that is so beautiful in its own right that it's even worthwhile adding it, inserting it into an atlas after the area that it depicts is no longer as it once was. Now, this map was published first in a book published in Amsterdam in 1647, written by Caspar Barlaeus, who was probably the finest Latinist of the Dutch Golden Age, titled Rerum per Octennium in Brasilia, and then the title goes on and on and on, as they do with 17th century book titles. But this was a book published at the behest of and with explicit permission and use of his personal archives of Count Johann Maurits of Nassau-Siegen, who was a German nobleman who between 1636 and 1644 served as the Governor General of the Dutch West India Company's colony in Brazil. So the Dutch colony in Brazil exists between 1630 and the last stronghold's fall in January 1654. Johann Maurits' tenure, 1 year after his tenure ends, the Portuguese planters, who are still the majority of the colonial population, or I should say the European population in the colony, revolt, and this starts the process that ends with the loss of the colony 9 years later. Now, Dutch Brazil is interesting in its own right for several reasons, although it's not the best, perhaps the best known Atlantic colony of the 17th century. This is the first North European, so non-Iberian, plantation economy and slave society in the Atlantic. So this predates the rise of sugar cultivation and especially the employment of enslaved Africans in Barbados by a good decade or more. And many of the people who we see active in Brazil in the 1630s and the 1640s will later also appear in Barbados, Jamaica, Martinique, Guadeloupe, throughout the Caribbean. Now, Johann Maurits was a German nobleman, and this means that when he departed for Brazil in 1636, arriving in 1637, he took in his entourage a whole range of artists, scholars, zoologist, botanist, and an astronomer and map maker called Georg Markgraf, who made the map. That's the center of my presentation today. Now, all the artwork, the artists that come along mean that Dutch Brazil is also one of the best visually documented colonies of the 17th and maybe even 18th century Atlantic world. And many of the images that the artists made would appear later in the book that was published after his return in the Netherlands. And the book is rather interesting because it presents a very positive view of Johan Maurits and his tenure in Brazil, which makes it a tricky source to use. So here we have a nice colored version of one of the sheets, the map sheets in the book. And then these sheets could be taken out and combined into the larger map as shown in the Klenke Atlas. So we have another version here. And already you can see here that the actual map aspect of this map is quite small. So this is no longer a utilitarian map, but this is a visual piece that could be hung, say, in someone's living room or stately house. And we know that this happens in the Dutch in the 17th century. Here we have an example, a painting by Cornelis de Man, circa 1670, with in the background one of Cornelis Goliath's versions of the map of Recife, the capital of Dutch Brazil, with the insert on the top right corner. Here we have a small view of the palace that Johan Maurits had built for himself in Recife, with a view of the town down below. So we know that in the Dutch 17th century, this happens. I'll just turn the light on. And this is certainly the use for a map like this visually is simply to impress and to decorate someone's house rather than to serve as a map that could be used in Brazil itself. Now, if we look at the elements of the decoration here, we have in red animals, Brazilian animals, which we also know from drawings by Eckhout, another one of the painters that had come to Brazil. We have in green depictions of Brazilian Native American life, hunting scenes, village scene. There are depictions of the enslaved African sort of basis of the colonial society, which very much is sugar production. So we have at the bottom of these yellow ones, there is a sugar mill. Then there are the coats of arms of the various Brazilian captaincies. Naval battle scenes, also taken from a separate image that we have the drawings of. There are coats of arms of the Dutch Republic, top, the High Government of Brazil, and Johan Maurits's own personal coat of arms appears twice, and another small insert map of Brazil. Now, for many of these the artful additions to the map itself, we have images that we can relate to them, seeing where they were taken from. So we know that Frans Post made drawings of sugar mills. We have the seal of the High Government of Brazil that appears center top. But if we detract all these, oh, and we have this map also published by Johan Blau, which likely formed the basis for the insert of the coastline map of Brazil in the lower left-hand corner. Now, if we detract all these additions to the map and simply look at the map, only the map aspect of the map, we can see that it becomes apparent quite readily why all these additions were added on. Because if we take them out, the map serves to highlight the very thin band of coastline that was actually under Dutch control. And it highlights the sort of the tenuous nature of colonial control in Brazil, with a vast, unknown, unmapped hinterland in which all these nice artful additions can then be inserted. This also means that if we see sort of this map has been taken from Wikipedia, these kinds of maps showing the extent of colonial control, we should always take them with a grain of salt, because in reality, the area under Dutch control would appear as a very thin red line just along the coastline with nothing in the interior. So a lot of the modern fictions rather flatter the amount of territory controlled by the Dutch. Now, Georg Markgraf, who made the map in Brazil, came in the entourage of Johann Maurits as an astronomer and mapmaker. And this is, of course, a quite fortuitous combination of roles. It also means that from a technical point of view, his maps are very good. So Martijn Storms at the Leiden University Library did a technical analysis using a distortion grid. So comparing the map with a modern map of the same region and then showing where the locations are, where they would appear on a modern map. And it shows a very limited distortions compared to modern maps. So it's a very good map. And Markgraf clearly knew what he was doing. And we know he used astronomical observations in Brazil to firmly locate places on the map. This is especially apparent if we compare it to a roughly contemporary map of the same region made by Cornelis Goliath just a couple of years earlier, which is much more, if you do a distortion grid on this, it's much more all over. So in the period that it was made, it's a very good map. It's still technically a very accurate map. Now, additions were not on the sheet as the map was produced. So on the left here, I have a map taken from the collection of the Harvard University Library, of which most Dutch map researchers have not looked at yet. And then we have on the right, the area depicted on the map on the left. And you can see here, this is just the rivers, trails through the woods, and then in small red dots, villages, cities, churches, and especially sugar mills. So this raises the question, I think, it's technically a very good map, but reliability doesn't equate utility. So what was the use of a map like this in Brazil in the context where it was made? Well, I would say one use is locating sugar mills for administration. Before I turn to that, here is to the left, we have the one manuscript version of a sheet of the map in the collection of the Dutch archives. And interestingly, that equates to parts of two sheets in the map as it appeared in Harvard. So I think an interesting thing to do still with these manuscripts, especially in Harvard, is to see if it were to be scanned in high resolution, if we can find pinpricks which would say, identify whether the Harvard manuscripts are copies of other manuscripts, say the version in the Netherlands, or whether these are originals. So that would be, I think, a technical analysis that would still be interesting to do. What I can already use the maps for is to look at sugar mills, because sugar mills are the heart of the whole colonial venture in Brazil. This is the first plantation colony outside of Iberian control. And this is an insert from a central part of the main province of the colony. We have here the little red dots. With cross denotes a sugar mill with a chapel, without a cross is a sugar mill without a chapel, and they are all named. So we have, in the center section, we have São João, São Cosmo, São Bastião, and so on. Now, what is interesting and sometimes confusing for researchers working on Dutch Brazil is that the same mill could be identified with up to 3 or 4 different names at the same time. Many Portuguese mills had a saint's name based on the day in which they were founded, and you get that saint's name, an owner's name, sometimes a nickname, and then in the Dutch name, if it gets Dutch period, it sometimes gets a Dutch name as well if it changes owner to the Dutch owner. and these could all be used interchangeably. So this is a manuscript version in Harvard. Just to draw your attention here to an unnamed mill north of the village of Areal, comparing that to the sheet of the Goliath map, where it is called Ingenio Terlon. And here we have Areal again, the published Markgraf map, where it's called Nassau. Now this is, I think, serves to illustrate some interesting things. If the manuscript map was made in Brazil, it would actually make sense that this particular mill is not named at the time, because Charles Terlon, who acquired the mill through his marriage to Ana Gonçalves Pais, was the captain of the guard, personal guard of Johan Maurits, who was convicted of treason in the early 1640s and deported to the Netherlands. Now, he and his wife had at one point renamed their mill Nassau in honor of Johan Maurits. But in the context of a Brazilian colony in the early 1640s, where tensions are running high and there's already fear of an imminent Portuguese revolt, it makes sense not to identify the name Nassau with the mill of the trader Terlon, whereas in the published artful version of the map, as it appears in Europe, this political sensitivity would be absent. So this is just one example of playing with the names of mills as they appear in different maps allows us to identify firmly which mill is which. And this goes for other ones as well. So here we have the mill called Hack, Jacques Hack, Dutchman, which is São João in the published version. So we can now see that these are probably the same mill, or somebody made a mistake in the map making, and that we can also compare to written sources. So what I'm doing now is I am linking written descriptions of sugar mills with the mills on the map so that we can sort of start to georeference blocks of written sources to specific locations. So this is a very detailed, one of my favorite inventories of a sugar mill, the mill Chaubras, which you see on the map on the right as the red dot number 59, which is but the description is one of the most detailed inventories of a sugar mill in the early 17th century. It even goes so far as down below here to identify enslaved Africans working on the mill and the branding mark with which they had been branded. So I think an interesting use of the map to us today is that it can serve, by identifying sugar mills, it can serve as the gateway to which you can access sources in different collections, if we can all sort of georeference them, sources pertaining to the same mill. So these kinds of inventories, but also slave auction lists, administrative records from the Dutch West India Company, sale records from real estate. And in that way, the map gains a second life to us today as a research tool. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Erik. That was intriguing, if also sobering. May I invite our audience now to make use of the question and answer facility to pose any questions for Erik? And could I just alert some of our previous speakers that there are questions coming through for previous talks for Andrew and also for Radu this morning. So those can be answered textually. But it's a pleasure now to be able to pose some questions to Erik verbally. And I wonder if I could start off by asking you about the very intriguing juxtaposition of the man in Japanese dress and the map of the Brazilian colony. Was this simply a sort of omni-Orientalism, or was there actually some kind of a functional connection between the two?
I'm not sure if there's a connection between these two specifically. It is that when that painting was made, there is this sort of Japanese dresses are really in vogue. So it might be a very snappily dressed gentleman. There is another map which I was looking for, but I didn't know the name, so I couldn't find it for the presentation. It's probably a brothel scene. So you have two men and two women talking in the foreground, and in the background there's this huge wall map of the conquest of Recife, which also very accurately, what we also heard earlier today, very accurately portrays the map. And I don't think that means that every brothel had a map of Brazil on the inside, but I think it does show that some of these maps were printed in quite large runs, also as corporate propaganda by the West India Company. So they were around and they were quite cheap. So is in a sense a cheap way to decorate the home. So I think that you can get a sense of that through the paintings.
Thank you. And could I ask you now to sort of to elucidate a bit the relationship between text and map? You talked about the very detailed inventory and list of slaves, and also other very detailed textual sources, and then contrasted those in a way with the at least the sort of early decorative map, which had an emphasis particularly on show, on artfulness, on a pleasurable aesthetic experience looking at it. Do we see this kind of contrast between the textual and the visual sources regularly? Or I wonder if you could elaborate on that.
For this period, and especially for this particular colony, that's a very clear distinction. So we have on the one hand, we have very accurate written administrative sources, mostly from the West India Company. So there are very detailed slave auction lists, inventories of sugar mills, bills of sale for property. And then we have the visual representation of the colony, which is produced in the courtly setting around Johan Maurits. So these are European artists portraying a mixed, well, the majority of the population in the colony are, of course, enslaved Africans, and then there are Portuguese and Dutch, and portraying that to, say, a Dutch or North European audience, and then brushing out all the bits that might problematize the whole colonial venture. So there's a very famous painting by Eckhout of a black woman with a child, with a sort of a shawl draped on her shoulder. And we have another version of that exact same scene, but there the shawl is absent and she has the brand mark of Johan Maurits on her left shoulder. So in the sort of the official artwork, it's all much an edited image that is presented. And then you get, in a sense, in some ways, the administrative records give a much more honest appraisal of what is actually going on.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing to our audience's attention the extremely important and extremely uncomfortable topic of slavery. It's one that we obviously need to give a lot of attention to. So thank you very much indeed for your talk and for your flexibility in changing the order a little bit. So now I'm delighted to go back to Alex Kent. You remember I introduced him just at the start, so I won't introduce him personally, save to say that he's going to be talking about maps submitted to the British Cartographic Society, which have been commended particularly for their aesthetic qualities. We are having difficulties with getting Alex with us live, so we're going to use a recording that he made earlier. Sounds rather like Blue Peter for the English audience as a little cultural reference. But I do apologize for the quality of the recording, which wasn't as good as we would have liked, hence we were going to have Alex with us live. But I'm going to pass over now to our wonderful tech team who will be able to get Alex's recording up and we'll enjoy his talk. Thank you very much.
Daniel, and I should say thanks to Nick and to Liz for
inviting me to take part in this event. I'm really happy to do that. And this is some research that I've been wanting to do for several years, so it's good to have the excuse to get on and do it. So what I'm going to be doing is having a look at some of the BCS award winners, and by BCS that's the British Cartographic Society and the award that they've been running. I'll give you a bit of background to that before then going into looking at how those maps have changed and the aesthetics that you see, and I'll make some general observations as well and some conclusions, and then hopefully I'll be around, we can answer some questions, and you may have some that come to mind as I go through. So let me give you a bit of a background to this first of all. So in 1975, the Survey and General Instrument Company effectively introduced a prize for the best original article in the Cartographic Journal. That's the peer-reviewed journal of the British Cartographic Society. This journal was founded in 1964, but in 1975 it was felt that there should be a prize for the best article, and that continues today. It's got a different sponsor of the Henry Johns Award, which is Lovell Johns sponsor that. But effectively, when that award was introduced, some very early winners, the pair of Arthur Robinson that you may well know in cartography and Barbara Pachanik, they requested that their prize money ought to be used to establish a new award for design for the BCS. And rather interestingly, their approach, their paper was all about the map as a communication system that you might well remember from 1976. So they decided that really to make this more effective, there ought to be an award that recognises designs. They were very much into the design of cartography. So it took a couple of years to get this going for the council to understand and work out how best to introduce the award. So in 1978, this was launched as the British Cartographic Society Award for Design in Photography. And the first winner of that was the World Book Encyclopedia, and it was a map effectively that showed the fur trade in North America. So this award ran for several years. By the time we got to 2006, there were several awards that were running by the British Cartographic Society. And it was felt that these awards, so that we have the Stanford's Award for printed mapping, the John T. Bartholomew Award for thematic mapping, a Venza Award for electronic mapping, Ordnance Survey Award for use of Ordnance Survey data innovatively. It was felt that instead of having a separate BCS Design Award, that the BCS Design Award should simply become the best in show, effectively, the best of the best, the winners of all of those, or each of those different awards, so that the judges could then decide out of all of those winners which one should then deserve the BCS award. So what I've been looking at, and there are plenty of maps to look at, what I've been looking at, restricting this piece of research really just to the award winners of the BCS award. So before 2006, there was just that one BCS Design Award, and after 2006, we were looking at the best in show, but it's always been called the BCS Design Award. And what you can understand here from looking at some of the winners, and I'll show you another slide in a minute, the winners and the types of map, it's really interesting to see how this has changed over time. So we have very much, if you look at the start here, we've got sort of the bigger organisations, so Director of Overseas Surveys, for example, and then that coming down in the 1990s to very much small cartographic outfits that are effectively small businesses. And we also see the type of map change as well during this time, these sort of 20 years, to something which is away from the kind of reference map and towards something which is meeting a niche market. So, for example, for walkers, for cyclists, for canal goers, if you like, that sort of thing, those people that like the waterways of Britain on canal boats. So where you have particular design problems, if you like, specific audiences that need to be solved. And we start to see then the sort of recognition of those problems cartographically, and if you like, the acknowledgement of the skill that's been involved in how those problems have been overcome. For example, through the creation of symbology, colour, photography, for those different types of user groups, and obviously what their demands are. And I'll show you some examples in a minute.
So thinking about just going forward then from the year 2000, remember in 2006 we had this idea of the best in show, and funny enough in 2006 that was the first time an electronic product, a CD-ROM at the time, was then deemed to be the best in show of the Cartographic Awards. So we see that as really marking perhaps a new era in the awards that we see. But if you look through again, see some of these familiar names. So Sterling Surveys have won quite a lot already. Mary Spence, who many of you know through global mapping, and some others, Lovell Johns, for example. We start to see the move away, funny enough, from those smaller sort of outfits in terms of the cartographic businesses towards actually individuals that have come up with innovative solutions like James Cheshire, Oliver Uberti, Ken Field, David Kidd, Warren Vick, and so on. They are producing maps that are much more curiosity driven rather than meeting a particular need for a particular user. And that's quite an interesting trend that we see. So what I'm going to do is take you through some of these maps and you can see how they've changed over time. Remember, these are maps that the British Cartographic has determined or decided that they are really the best ones that have been submitted, of course, for an awards, or the best of those award winners of other awards that the British Cartographic Society have won. So in other words, they make statements to what the ideals of cartography are all about. And I think it's important to perhaps recognise that these awards in a way have a function of really establishing what, as a snapshot in time, what those ideals of cartography are. So this is from 1984. This is the GeoProjects map of Lebanon. Again, more of a reference map that we see produced by a small company, a small business. And again, one of the key advantages of the Cartographic Journal actually recording this information in terms of the award and what has won, we also get an idea of what the judges felt. Sometimes, quite often, the judges' comments are included, and this is really, really useful. So, for example, if we have a look at the comments for this map, it's interesting to get an idea of what is picked out as the particular elements of cartographic design. So good contrast, legibility, for example, particular features, typography, handled well, because this is in Arabic, of course, this map. And so there's an idea of, over time, looking at these comments, a sense of that's what judges believed to be important. And if we move forward quite a long way, so this is 2005, again, we see the emergence of these niche maps, if you like, for niche user groups. Again, these are for cyclists. So this is David Barber, Sterling Surveys, Fife Coastal Path. Again, thinking about what the needs for cyclists are if you're producing a map like this that's got linear routes on it, for example. You can have a lot of information about terrain, about gradients, that sort of thing, and also picking out the various things to see. So here's a little inset looking at St Andrews, and there's a very strong focus on practical information that you might see here. So thinking about the user in terms of if they're on a bike, what sort of information are they likely to see? So, for example, you have these very interesting call-out boxes for this map, like here talking about St Andrews, where there's a call-out box or a little annotation that says the route through St Andrews follows footways besides public roads, beware of road traffic. So this idea of thinking about user and ground truthing, so actually visiting these places, following the cycleways, and then that information being quite useful. Now, the comments, again, judges' comments are in the Cartography Journal, very useful. We don't need to read all of these out, but again, it's very interesting what judges felt about a map like this. So this idea of giving a good first impression being very important. The fact that there's good color balance, range and tones, that they're well chosen and managed. So that the way, for example, that there is a visual hierarchy. So what is important comes out first. And that is very much an impression of practicality, so that you're drawn to what is important first on the map as a user. Walking related notes are there. But perhaps one of the key things here is the note that the map has been printed on weatherproof paper so that it can be used outdoors successfully. So again, it makes the point that this is very much a practical set maybe of design problems that's been overcome in an effective way. And this type of map characterizes a lot of those early award winners, particularly through the end of the 20th century to perhaps the new century, the new millennium. We start to see the emergence of digital maps as submitted in their native format. So this is one of the standout maps of the early 2000s, and here we have a environmental slide, if you like, slide of environmental data showing effectively different themes, all to do with the resources that are in the European Arctic. So again, a very, very complex map that's shown in a digital environment. And this is, again, something that is perhaps worth mentioning as a very standout map, not just because of the use of colour and the use of completely innovative symbology, but the fact that this is an electronic map, a digital map on CD-ROM that was submitted and won that award. And so the judges' comments here are really quite interesting, because getting away from paper, we're dealing with here a very, very different function, if you like, a very different purpose. So these maps were created actually to illustrate PowerPoint presentation, and the judges, recognizing that, felt that, of course, the maps portrayed what they needed to portray, the information, quite dense information, but clearly and concisely. But also, you might notice in some of the comments here talking about a series of emotive maps, so the use of emotion as a way of effectively getting across a particular message. Just going back to looking at the resources in the Arctic region up towards Svalbard, again, oil, gas, for example, giving an idea of what is important, straight away capturing the attention of where those resources are located. Now, it's not as if this trend continued. We still see the winners going back to maybe traditional mapping. So here, this is a couple of years later, 2009. We see Collins Geo, very well-established brand in the UK for international mapping. So the Atlas for Nigeria and the Keystart UK Atlas. And again, a recognition of the value of an atlas like this for a particular age group. Remember, here we're looking at Keystart UK Atlas, so dealing with school children, probably around about years, perhaps 6, 7, 8, that sort of thing, getting used to the ways that maps can portray information thematically, as well as the combination of physical maps and landscape drawings like this, to give people an idea of that context. And with the School Atlas of Nigeria for Nigerian school children, again, this idea of combining the thematic elements, in this case a political map, with the physical elements. So again, something which is seen very much as bright, clear, uncomplicated cartography, deemed to be very, very useful for that particular age group. Good choice of colours and symbols, for example, effective in communication. So we see this whole idea again of meeting the needs of a particular user. And we start to see some departures maybe from this as well. By the time we get to 2010, this is an innovative use of Ordnance Survey data for showing city developments in Inverness. Again, rather interesting coloration of terrain here, semi-realistic impression of the city, for example. So rather strange in terms of the design of this particular map to be visually striking, and we start to see maybe an openness slightly more towards more innovative ways of showing data, particularly now as we're fully into the digital age, so to speak. And again, this continues with geological maps of Anglesey, this award winner. Again, just going back, this is British Geological Survey, 2012 map of Anglesey. Huge amount of information, but very attractive. The combination of geology with terrain, again, colour, symbology, data, very, very useful as a combination. And really, perhaps it's when we get to 2015 with James Cheshire Oliver Bert's map, or book rather, The Information Capital, where we really start to see much more data-driven curiosity mapping. So in many ways, the integration of very complicated data sets that are presented in very innovative ways that borrow from aesthetics of graphic design, perhaps much more than cartography. It's a very, very striking series of maps. Rather interestingly, again, innovation is something which is mentioned in the judges' comments here. And they also talk about interpretation being needed, but actually this is not necessarily a bad thing. There's no real mention here of communication so much. It's more really about expression. And something this is, we see a little bit more going on with David Kidd, another map that was designed in a very innovative way, this time something really quite different, which is effectively a woodcut map of Paris. And this was several other cities that David was designing, but the Paris map was submitted. And this was deemed by the judges, won a 3D award, which was new for that year, a truly innovative design artifact, synthesize old ideas and traditional materials with new technology. Interestingly, and we see this shift, perhaps as we come towards the present, away from useful maps, perhaps to useless maps, and thinking about materials of cartography in a very, very different way. And again, this shift in the aesthetic much more towards the artistic expression of data rather than maybe the communication of information. So if we look at the following year, this gold map by Warren Vick and Ewan Eason, the London Streets of Gold map, where we have gold leaf that's been overprinted by this particularly strong black vinyl. And effectively, again, this idea to create an effect that will move the viewer. And rather interestingly, the judges for this one were saying, well, it's complicated, it's innovative and so on. But look at what they say here. The judges never seen this sort of thing before. It's a map you can just not help but stop and look at. So nothing really about the information. Of course, there's no classification of information here. There are no road names. You can't use this map. It's about an innovative use of the data. And this is something that we see over time. Obviously, the innovation and the use of data, innovation of materials, but perhaps we can make some main observations like this, that really we see the shift towards niche user groups, first of all, maybe, and then curiosity-driven mapping. And so more of a personal exploration of aesthetics. It's less about what the client wants and maybe more about what the individual cartographer wants and realizing vision. So the judges are maybe seeing a shift in value here then from how maps overcome cartographic design problems to valuing the new and innovative ways that design can be applied for visualizing geographic data. Basically, they're embracing useless maps. They're saying that this is a way that these maps perhaps can tell us something about cartographic design more broadly. And we could say then that cartographic expression perhaps has widened with digital mapping techniques, certainly, but these techniques maybe largely replicate the earlier manual techniques. So in other words, the aesthetics so much have not necessarily changed a great deal. We still have ideas of blending of colour, symbology, typology, visual hierarchy, communication. It's still important. We still want to create something striking, but perhaps the aesthetic appeal of a map is becoming much, much important, particularly in terms of novel innovation. So we could say overall, perhaps then, that the methods and the modes change, the techniques change, but the principles perhaps remain true of cartography. Maybe less of a mention of communication and more about emotion and expression. We can therefore perhaps see a little bit more innovation in the years to come. Maybe we can also perhaps see the awards, the BCS awards, certainly, and other organisations do similar sorts of things, but the BCS awards maybe as a bellwether to gauge where maps are going, so acceptance of more of the individual idea of cartography and the individual curiosity-driven mappings. So maybe that's what we will see in future as well. I hope you enjoyed that. Thanks very much indeed. My email is there. There's also a paper that I wrote, a reference here, that touches on a discussion between the wood map and the gold map. And I'm looking to write more of this up as I do more of this. Is very much just a dip my toe in the water sort of thing at this stage. So hopefully we'll reveal more observations. But I'm looking forward to your questions. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Alex. We enjoyed that very much. Now, I'm sorry to say, Alex, we've run out of time. We're now 10 minutes over because of your egregious breaking of the time limits for the recording, plus our technical difficulties. So I'm afraid the pigeons have come home to roost there. And could I invite everybody who I'm sure has questions for Alex, I know I do, to make use of the question and answer facility, and then Alex will be able to answer you through that, or to make use of his email, which he kindly put up there. But I do encourage you to look at the Cartographic Journal, where you'll be able to learn more about some of these maps. So we have a break, time for tea, and we'll reconvene for our final session at 20 minutes past whatever hour you are in the world now. So for British people, that's 20 minutes past 5. So could I again warmly thank our panelists for their contributions, for their flexibility, for their answering questions that are coming up in the question and answer. And I wish you a good break and look forward to seeing you again in the last session. Thank you very much.
Well, welcome back everybody to our fourth and final session today. It gives me great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Giovanni Modaffari from the University of Milano Bicocca in Italy. And Giovanni will be talking to us about avant-après la séparation, how Antonio Snider Pellegrini and Charles Boulard depicted the Earth floating in space in 1858. Let me tell you a bit about Giovanni. He's a geographer and postdoc researcher in Milan and an affiliated researcher at the School of Geography and Environment here in Oxford. And he's dedicated his last few years to explorations, visual methodologies, and environmental studies of coastal areas. Amongst his books are The Drift of Antonio Snider Pellegrini from 2021, and Sir Richard F. Burton Trieste, and Exploration 2019, which he co-edited with Sergio Zilli. So, Giovanni, it's over to you.
My name is Giovanni Modaffari, and I'm a geographer and postdoc researcher at the University of Milano Bicocca, as well as being an affiliated researcher at the School of Geography at the University of Oxford. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for this fascinating opportunity. I found the topic of this conference really intriguing, and to this purpose, I've chosen to give a brief talk about a couple of maps which are rarely mentioned in the usual historical reconstructions about mappings and the human ways of portraying the Earth. As we shall see, however, these maps have several complex connections with the art world, and the story that I'm going to tell here has a lot to do with crafting and map making, but also with the artist's desire for maps to be visually challenging. The main focus of this contribution is a pair of word maps from 1858, but to fully understand their significance, we must first describe the context in which these visual texts were produced and individuals who created them. Moreover, this story concerns a theory of continental drift preceding that of Alfred Wegener. Wegener's work at the beginning of the 20th century had been the latest step in a creative and scientific process which would culminate in the model of undoubted cartographic derivation of an original continental shelf, Pangea, surrounded by a single ocean, Panthalassa, and from which the continents later detached. Until the more complex model of plate tectonics was proposed, Wegener's theory would be decisive in linking what were conjunctures dictated by geometric reasons, the fact that the ages of the coasts as traced on the maps coincided, to lithological, paleontological, and paleoclimatic ones. But let's begin by outlining the imaginary context in which the maps seen on the cover are placed. As underlined by Sebastian Grebes-Muir, imagination played and still plays an absolutely central role in Earth imaginary. That is, in our representation, visualization, and conceptualization of planet Earth, since views from outer space invoke necessarily imaginative processes. The maps in question acquire central significance if one looks at the genealogy and development of the history of how the terrestrial sphere is seen, or rather imagined, from space. The historical precedents are not very remote if we think of this figure entitled The Earth Supposedly Seen from Space, and included in the important geology volume by Henri de la Pêche, dated 1834. The other notable and perhaps most striking example is the Magic Lantern slide made in 1949 by Carpenter and Wesley, bearing the title Imaginary View of the Earth as Seen from the Moon, with the oceans painted in a vivid blue color. As still highlighted by Grebes-Muir, the planet floating in black space, the visual rendering of the Earth's atmosphere, and the sphere flattened at the poles are features that demonstrate how geology was conquering a visual domain that until then had belonged exclusively to astronomy. Now, to delve more closely into the subject of our research, let's start with one of the artistic uses that the work in question has been put to. There is a small book published in 1983 by Delatour, a niche publisher in the French art book world, containing a portfolio of images defined as nouvelles postales, with extracts of rare or unknown works. Be that as it may, among the titles identified in the collection, we find an extract of the Création et ses mystères dévoilés, The Creation and Its Mysteries Unveiled, by Antonio Snider. In the subheading, the author states that this is a work that clearly exposes the nature of all beings, the elements of which they are made of, and their relations with the globes and the stars, the nature and situation of the fire of the sun, the origin of America and its primitive inhabitants, the first formation of new planets, the origin of languages and the causes of the variety of physiognomies, the current account of man with the earth, etc. But who exactly was Antonio Snider or Snider Pellegrini? If we just Google his name alongside the maps in our results, some portraits pop up, but with surprising inaccuracies. For example, it emerges that this on the left cycle of the slide is Antonio Pellegrini, the Venetian sculptor from the 18th century, while in this painting on the right circle of the slide, the British philosopher Sir Francis Bacon is portrayed, who was another forerunner of the continental drift theory. Another common misconception found in even the most accurate sources was to describe him as a French geographer. Actually, he was a businessman, but he did have a personality of the earth, and in a broader sense, this makes him a geographer. But he was not French. We should consider him as an Italian. This has nothing to do with national rivalry, and has more to do with being true to life in our reconstruction. It is true most of his works were published in France, and they were written in French. Also because during his childhood in Trieste, a seaport in northern Italy, he was educated by a French family. But only a few years of his adventurous life were spent in Paris. A series of judicial persecution led him to abandon Trieste at the beginning of the 1840s. From there, he moved to Paris and then to Texas, where he got involved in a colonization project of Fourier's inspiration. This failed, and he returned to Europe, where we find him among the leading figures of the uprisings of the years 1848-49, in which he lent political and financial support to the birth of the new kingdom of Italy, and where he was involved at the very top in high-level maneuvers. After these events, once back in Paris, he dedicated himself to the preparation of various books, some related to geography, others to very specific theories and philosophical ideas regarding human destiny. In the 1860s, he began to work as an art collector and dealer. From his documents, we get the distinct impression that Snider had been collecting works of art from his early youth, especially from Venetian galleries. And this is a field, as I demonstrate in a book, which holds some very interesting surprises for art historians, since, according to the catalogs of the exhibitions containing works from his collection, Snider was for decades one of the most important collectors in the art world. Catalogs and newspaper articles about the exhibitions provide very interesting information about the many masterpieces of European and American art in art. Some of this information casts some doubts on the history of one of the most important paintings in French art, namely Fragonard's Verrou, which documents would show at once belonged to Snider. The art market would occupy his last years until his death in 1885 in New York, surrounded by other exiles of the Italian patriotic movement. Less forgotten seems to be the life of the other protagonist of this story, the astronomer and scientific illustrator Charles Bullard, the Raphael of the skies, as he was nicknamed, and who perhaps led a more institutionalized life in a sense, having been director of the Algers Observatory in the very years we are dealing with. There are biographies of Bullard where his role in the academies is reported, along with that of popularizers of science through images, describing in particular what he did in other fascinating works of the same genre as the Création. But there is no mention about his work with Snider and the 10 engravings on a black background engraved by the Parisian Noël Eugène Sautin for La Création. At the moment, no other direct evidence of the relationship between Bullard and Snider has been found, but in all probability, the contact between them was limited to this collaboration and came about in Algeria, which Snider had visited on business. Now, let's move on to their work. What exactly is La Création? The greatest of Antonio Snider's geographical feats depicts an exuberant history of the world and the universe as a succession of cataclysm and interval, and it is presented by the author as the fruit of 20 years of research and reflections born during his travels. This cataclysmic theory is made up of 6 parts, one for each day of creation, taking up the temporal division of Genesis and considering the author's contemporary epoch as the last day. As regards the scientific accuracy of the work, Snider grapples with fundamental questions that have engaged scholars and scientists of all ages, but it does so with a level of scientific expertise that immediately reveals itself to the contemporary reader as having little or no structure at all, not to mention his incredible calculations. And it is in a long examination of fossils and their significance for the reconstruction of the physical geography of the world that Snyder advances the first hint of his theory on the single original continent. The analogy of the soil or layers of Earth and that of discovered fossils in America, as in Europe and Asia, proved to the most perfect evidence that at the end of the fifth epoch of formation of our planet, all these continents were actually one single continent. La Création had appeared as another milestone along the path of the greater reflections undertaken at the end of the 18th century. In 1859, just a year later, what we are reconstructing here, Charles Darwin would address many of these questions more clearly in his book on the origin of species. According to Snyder's theory, the interval between the fifth and sixth day runs from the appearance of Adam to the universal flood, a cataclysm that exterminates every being on a globe now stable in its rolling motion around the sun, and with a quarter of its surface made up of dry land surrounded by water, and with the Garden of Eden located in the center of this plain. The reconstruction of the formation of America propounded by Snyder begins with the landing of Noah after the flood, in a phase in which the planet has now reached a circumference similar to the current one. The Earth's major fault line ran lengthwise from north to south, was only half a league wide, and communication between the peoples on both shores was still possible. But the less imposing mass of the two, the American continent, just to restore balance, gradually began to move away from the larger one, containing Europe, Africa, and Asia, which remain attached to the east. To represent these great movements, Snyder attaches the two engravings of great impact, comparing the planet before and after the separation. In other words, showing the change that takes place from the time of Noah to the contemporary era, and invites the reader to compare the joints between the continental fragments on larger scale planispheres. The eastern side of America with the western side of Europe and the coasts facing each other along the entire length of the continents. The bulge from Cape Verde to Liberia, complementary to the Sea of the Antilles and the Gulf of Mexico. Brazil, which sticks perfectly to the Gulf of Guinea, and Patagonia, which has been emptied of the Cape of Good Hope and British Kaffraria in southeastern Africa. Finally, Spain and France, which are complementary to the line between Florida and Nova Scotia. As pointed out by Marc Monmonier, the fact of Snyder's effective graphic demonstration also anticipates one of the main strengths of Wegenet's exposition, if one considers, for example, that shortly before the latter, the geologists Frank P. Taylor and Howard B. Baker had also presented the date theories on the movement of continents, however divergent in some decisive points. For Taylor, the unclear representations provided in the papers contributed to a theory already considered problematic in some of its offshoots, being placed at the margins of scientific discourse, while Baker's theory would enjoy greater circulation, thanks also to the clear and eloquent graphic reconstruction of the globe as it would have appeared in the Cretaceous period, confirming the complementarity of the coasts of Northwest Africa with those of Eastern North America, as well as those of North America and Greenland, Africa, and South America. The oblivion to which Snyder was condemned by the history of science certainly derives from the fatal lack of any scientific rigor, but there is still some fascination left in the cartographic representation attached to the text. After all, the Création diptych reveals nothing other than a break in the balance between the two great powers of knowledge, creativity and rationality, in which the former becomes a guide for the latter, and the diptych reflects the split between the individual and society. To give an idea of the innovative impact of Snyder and Boulat's illustrations, and in general of the image of the terrestrial sphere imagined from space, in 1858, the French journalist Tiangou commented on La Création. The engravings, above all, with their almost uniform tint black, they terrified me. One way of fully appreciating the contribution of these maps to the history of science is to consider them as the imprint of an idea, namely that of the continental drift left in the temporal migration of its development. First of all, the channel through which the work of Snyder and Boulat managed to escape oblivion is thanks precisely to the visual and cultural persistence of these maps. In 1861, they were included by Professor Pepper in one of his famous geology manuals, and some decades later, in 1930, a renowned physicist, Arthur A. Robb, who had studied Pepper's manual as a boy, a few months after the publication of the fourth edition of Wegenet's volume on the formation of continents, wrote a letter to Nature to point out the striking similarity between the works of the German scholar and Snyder. Temporarily closer to us, Sneeder and Bullard's maps were displayed in 2019 in an exhibition at Spike Highland International Contemporary Arts Centre in Bristol by two artists, Meritz Algun and Imran Perretta. A couple of years later, the maps were included in their visual essay entitled A Mapping a Migratory World in the catalogue Migration, the Journey of Objects, accompanying the exhibition at the Rodker Museum of Gothenburg about objects as migrants, and where they investigate the significance of the worldwide circulation of people, objects, and knowledge for our lives, and how migration shaped design and crafts from its very beginnings. Presenting Sneeder and Bullard's maps as the opening of the section on cartography, they highlight how depicting movement patterns on charts has exercised the minds of many great engineers, explorers, and encyclopedists. Sneeder and Bullard's contribution remained an unearthed anticipation of an impression that was to enjoy great success a few decades later. Perhaps the columnist Tiangu was ahead of his time, noting again with regard to the creation, strange paths and time taken by discoveries. How many Archimedes have never found anything other than the word that for Archimedes was joy? They are in good faith, they sincerely believe that by mistaking it for a new light, they have discovered what was only a reflection of the prism of their spirit. We don't blame them. Chemistry was born from alchemy, and looking from the impossible, sometimes you could discover the useful. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. If you could unmute now, and oh, there you are. And let me begin by asking you a question. Do you think the quality of the maps had any influence on the acceptance of the theories of continental drift?
Well, actually, I don't know if the quality of the maps made by Sneeder and Bullard had an influence on this. I'm sure that the quality of these maps, I would say the not so high quality of these maps, had an influence on the chance they had to escape oblivion, because this was deeply linked to the quality, the not so high quality of the image made by Bullard, that this was later included in manuals by Dr. Pepper, which had a very divulgative goal. And in this sense, I think that the only thing we could say about the quality of images is that this helped a lot to escape oblivion, but unfortunately, it had quite nothing to do with the possibility to be considered by other scholars as a scientific work.
Thanks. I was particularly taken by the comments that appeared in, I think, one of the newspapers you showed, where the maps were described as a terrifying concept. How do you think that would have been interpreted by readers?
I think that this is maybe the most striking and the most interesting visual feature of the maps, because the main features is that these maps show the Earth as floating in space, and this comment give us a glimpse on the fact that this kind of view of the Earth was not so popular at the time, and this could be considered as terrifying and a scaring view of the Earth.
Indeed. And just a final question for you, Giovanni. Can you remind us what use Wegener made of maps in outlining his theory?
Sorry, I can't hear you. Can you repeat, please?
Can you remind us of what use Wegener made of maps in outlining his theory?
I can't hear you. Sorry. What use of Wegener's?
Yes.
The use of Wegener maps.
Yeah, the use of Wegener's maps and how he used them in his theory. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, maps are pivotal in Wegener's map because right in the forward, in the introduction of his work, he writes that for him the main feature that allowed him to formulate his theory was a visual feature, and was the fact that the borders of continental masses coincided. And it is not until the 4th edition, if I'm not wrong, right in the 1929, that Wegener gave his, we could say, final maps depicting and illustrating his work. And it is not by, I don't think it is it's just a coincidence that it's right in the 1930, 1 year later, that the physicist Arthur J. Robb wrote to Nature, pointing out the similarity between Wegener's maps and Snede's ones.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. That was a great start to the final session. So we now move on to our next speaker, who is Isabella Alexander from the University of Technology in Sydney, Australia. Isabella will be speaking about literary or artistic maps, copyright and categorization in 19th century Britain. Now, Isabella is a professor in the Faculty of Law in Sydney, and she researches in copyright law and legal history, and is the author of Copyright and Cartography, History, Law and the Circulation of Geographical Knowledge, which has just been or is about to be published by Hart and Bloomsbury. So, Isabella, the floor is yours.
So the conference call for papers invited participants to explore how art affects cartography's processes, products and personnel in light of the long accepted understanding that cartography is about both art and science. I'm a legal academic, and so the angle that I'm taking today is to look at how the way that maps straddle both art and science has presented challenges to the law designed to protect the investment of the mapmaker through placing limits on unauthorized copying. In other words, the law of copyright. I'm going to do this by very quickly sketching out the history of copyright in maps, and then focusing on two sets of cases which came before the courts in the mid-19th century. Both sets of cases involved a work that sits on the borderline between map and art, the bird's eye view, sometimes classed as cartoral arts rather than maps proper. Bird's eye views employ the mapping techniques of perspective and observation, and sometimes measurement, and present themselves as reliable reproductions of a landscape or topography in graphic representational form. Yet their emphasis on the pictorial means they also share characteristics with artworks such as paintings. What I'm interested in today is how legal disputes over the copying of bird's eye views give rise to questions about their categorization, with important consequences or implications for their owners. So the first copyright statutes date back to the early 18th century and differ from copyright as we know it today, despite being about intangible rights, they focused much more on the physicality of what was protected. And what I mean by that is that copyright is called intangible property. It's a property right, but not in a physical object. Rather, it's a right to prevent the object from being copied. But the first copyright statute, passed in 1710, protected books, that is, the physical object. So maps were not protected under this statute unless they were in a book. The same went for other engravings, and in 1735, under lobbying by a group of prominent engravers led by William Hogarth, Parliament passed an act to give exclusive printing rights to any person who shall invent and design, engrave, etch, or work in mezzotinto or chiaroscuro any historical or other print. So now the emphasis was on the print and also the process by which it was created. This act was perceived to be limited in its application because it applied only to those who invented the print. In other words, created an original work from the engraver's own imagination. Since most engravers working in London at the time, with the prominent exception of Hogarth himself, made the majority of their income copying paintings, this was seen as offering insufficient protection to those engravings. So in 1767, a second act was passed, which extended protection to all types of prints, including those made of paintings, and also specifically to maps, charts, and plans. So from 1767, maps were protected against copying because they were engraved prints, and they fell within the same statutory scheme as all other engravings and etchings. This remained the case until 1842, which I'll come to later. Before we get to that, let's look at the first set of cases I want to talk about, which came before the courts in 1832. So these cases were all brought by the same plaintiff, Robert Havell, an Aquitaine artist, engraver and print seller of Oxford Street, London. So Havell had recently published and exhibited an engraving, which you can see on the slide, entitled An Aeronautical View of London. And he was selling copies at 15 shillings coloured and 10 shillings uncoloured. He was clearly very displeased when he found out that a number of London traders had started selling silk handkerchiefs, printed with copies of the work. On the 3rd of April 1832, he sought injunctions in Chancery against several merchants, including a linen draper, hosiers and glovers, and a partnership of haberdashers. 10 days later, he seemed to have found the culprits behind the venture, John Baker and Joseph Ely and John Tucker. They were a group of silk manufacturers and bandana printers who had supplied the handkerchiefs to the others. Havell then sought an injunction also against them. So he had a number of cases on foot now, and some of the traders submitted to the injunctions, but others contested it. Now, although today it might seem obvious that you would need to get permission to print a painting onto a handkerchief, it wasn't at all obvious at the time. And Havell had to convince the court that the rights in the print on paper could extend to reproducing it in a completely different medium, that is, silk. The haberdasher defendants disagreed, arguing that because they'd used a completely different process to print onto silk, the handkerchiefs could not be considered a copying of the engraving. Where the engraving was made using copper plates, they had printed using blocks or rollers. They also argued that Havell could not suffer any damage from the sale of the handkerchiefs because they were used for a completely different purpose. So they said, as a quote on the slide, "No sale, however extensive, of silk handkerchiefs printed or stamped with a design similar to that of any paper print or engraving would have the least effect in injuring or lessening the sale of such paper engraving." One of the linen drapers, named Collier, retained a prominent King's counsel, Sir Edward Sugden, to contest the injunction, and the case went before the Lord Chancellor, who on this occasion was Lord Brougham. Sugden pointed out he'd seen many handkerchiefs printed with portraits of celebrated personages, including Lord Brougham himself. Brougham responded that this was a doubtful kind of honour when you consider the use to which the handkerchief is applied, to general courtroom laughter. Havell's counsel argued that the print on the handkerchief might be used the same way as the print on paper. He stated, a person might frame it as he would an engraving, and when he was tired of seeing it hang on his walls, he could take it down and use it as a handkerchief. He then produced an actual handkerchief, framed and glazed, to make his point. Sugden responded that his client was never more astonished than in seeing the way in which the plaintiff had treated his handkerchief, and called it an absurdity. For Sugden, the purpose of placing the print on the handkerchief was aesthetic, but this was subordinate to its proposed use. As he told the court, a man buying a handkerchief might say, "If I have one, I may as well have a pretty one," but still he would not buy the handkerchief for the same of the picture alone. He would buy it for a certain use. Lord Brougham was not convinced by this argument, and noting it was the first time such a case had arisen, he gave his verdict for Havell. But the trivial, even humorous nature of the case shouldn't obscure the significance of Lord Brougham's finding that rights in a two-dimensional print upon paper, valued for its artistic and perhaps geographic attributes, could be used to restrain production of a three-dimensional article, valued as a fashion item as well as for its utility. So having explained this case, I'm going to move on to the second set of cases that I'm going to talk about, which is the next time that bird's eye views came to be considered by a court of law. But by now there had been a legislative change with significance for maps. In 1842, a new Literary Copyright Act was passed. And this act included within its definition of book the phrase map, chart or plan separately published. However, the Engravings Acts of the 18th century were not repealed, and this meant that maps were now protected under two different statutes, under the Literary Copyright Act as books and under the Engravings Acts as prints. 20 years later, this double protection, or 30 years later rather, became an issue in litigation brought by the lithographic printing company of W.T. Stannard and Son. So William Thomas Stannard was the son of a London postman who ended up as one of the city's leading lithographic printers. The firm that he founded specialised in sheet music covers and theatrical posters, but during the Crimean War had found a particularly valuable stream of work in bird's eye views, particularly of battlefields. And seeking to repeat this success, Stannard and Son published a map entitled Stannard and Son's Panoramic Bird's Eye View of France and Prussia and the surrounding countries likely to be involved in the war. That was published on the 21st of July 1870, only 2 days after France declared war on Prussia. Sold at a price of 2 shillings, it proved a profitable, or it was starting to prove a profitable venture for the company. But on the 3rd of August 1870, William Stannard noticed that the Daily News and the Daily Telegraph were both carrying advertisements for Thomas W. Lee's shilling panoramic bird's eye view of the seat of war from special drawings by French and German artists, showing the Rhine, France, Prussia, Belgium, and surrounding countries, rivers, roads, railways, fortresses, and strategic positions of reach of army, beautifully tinted, size 28 by 22 inches, post-free 12 stamps. To make matters worse, the advertisement appeared directly below that for Stannard's own map. The seller, Thomas Wales Lee, like Stannard, specialised in theatrical prints and had even worked with Stannard in the past. Stannard sought and obtained an injunction on the 6th of August 1870, but 3 months later Lee responded, contesting it. His argument was that the print in question was a map and thus fell within the 1842 Literary Copyright Act's definition of book, which included maps. Since books protected by the 1842 Act had to be registered at Stationers' Hall before an action could be brought, this argument, if successful, would destroy Stannard's case. Stannard's counsel argued that the 1842 Act should apply only to maps published as part of a book, but the judges were not convinced. Lord Justice James, hearing the case, stated that including maps within the 1842 Act was exactly what the legislature had intended and the correct approach. He stated, "The object of the enactment is very clear. Formerly maps had been considered artistic works. Now they were to be brought into their proper place as literary works. And rightly so, in my opinion, for maps are intended to give information in the same way a book does." He went on to explain the kind of information that each kind of map gives. A chart gives similar information to sailing rules. Maps give instruction to the statistics and history of the country portrayed, and other geographical and historical details. Finishing up, that it was quite reasonable to take them out of the law of artistic works and give them greater protection by bringing them under the law of copyright of literary works. So Stannard's case was dismissed. The bird's eye views were books, and thus he should have registered them at Stationers' Hall before bringing his suit. But this was not the end of the matter, because 6 weeks after commencing the suit against Lee, the Stannards had brought a second suit against the proprietors of the Gentleman's Journal and Youth's Miscellany. That periodical was selling a print which was a copy of a different print from the same Stannard series. At first, the proprietors, Harrison and Viles, consented to the injunction, but following the result in the case against Lee, they realised they'd made a mistake. They recommenced their defence, now making the same argument Lee had made, that the prints were books. But their case went before a different judge, Vice-Chancellor Bacon. And Stannard, too, had learnt from his earlier mistake. So in this new case, he and his counsel took a slightly different approach. Whereas in the earlier case they had been referring to the print as a map, they now referred to it repeatedly as a plan or a view. Following this lead, Vice-Chancellor Bacon determined that the print fell within the Engravings Acts. He stated, "Can anybody look at that drawing and say it is not a landscape? It's clear to my mind that this is a work of diligence and industry, and for aught I know, of genius on the part of the plaintiffs." So while disavowing any intention to call into question the judgment of the Lords Justices in Stannard and Lee, or declining to follow that case, Vice-Chancellor Baigent carefully picked his way through the reasoning to come up with the opposite conclusion. Characterized as engravings, registration of the bird's eye views was unnecessary. The Engravings Acts didn't require prints to be registered, merely that the name of the publisher and date of the publication be included on the print. He dismissed the petition and awarded costs against Harrison and Viles. So these two cases brought by the Stannons demonstrate the challenges that maps pose to copyright law due to the overlapping of their aesthetic and informational qualities that had led to them being included within two different copyright regimes, with the consequences for how they would be characterized when disputes arose. So taken together with the first disputes, the Havel cases, both sets of cases which have a slightly different emphasis on the object and its particular purpose. But taken together, both sets of cases demonstrate that the different ways that maps are used, consumed, displayed, and circulated in the world make them difficult to categorize as either science or art, useful item, or decorative object. But the difficulty is not simply an academic exercise. When it comes to copyright law, it has very real consequences for their owners. So that's the end of my talk. That was very rushed, a little bit of rushed trip through some two cases that I've been looking at. But if it's something that is of further interest, then it's something that I talk about in more detail in my recently published book, and the details are on the final slide. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Isabella. And an excellent plug at the end there, quite right too. If you would care to unmute, as you're doing now. Wonderful, there you are. That was terrific. Can I begin with a question from the floor? Obviously, I'm delighted to see you use a contour map to open your talk. Can you tell me who it's by?
Not at all. It was simply from the PowerPoint offerings. So do you know who it's by?
Personally, no, but I'm wondering whether the person who asked the question, Karen, and I suspect Karen doesn't know either. So I think she was just angling for information there. So I can move on anyway. Was Stannard uniquely litigious, or were many other map makers or bird's eye view makers fighting these matters in the courts?
He was not uniquely litigious. There were enough, I don't know if I would say many other map makers, but there were certainly a good number of map makers fighting copyright cases. And that's what I trace in my book. So through 2 centuries, I've attempted to track down, I don't think I could guarantee I've found every copyright case, but I think I've found the vast majority of them. And so it's not huge numbers of cases, but there's definitely a kind of a consistent trickle of them through the courts. So it was definitely something that it was worth it to map makers to make use of copyright law, and they did so fairly consistently, but with mixed results, I would say.
Thank you. Do you have any information about whether map makers changed the presentation of their maps because of these lawsuits?
I don't know in what sense. I mean, I don't know what you mean by presentation. I don't know if the law was particularly influencing the presentation in any particular way. What's interesting, I suppose, is that aspects of the presentation become legally significant. So, for example, errors in maps become a useful way of identifying whether a map has been copied, because there was always an argument that if 2 maps look the same, then potentially they had both used a third common source. But if you could point to an error, then you could say, well, clearly this map was copied from this other map. So it was an evidentiary aspect. Of course, today, it's still common to use map traps to determine whether maps have been copied. Back in the 18th and 19th century, they didn't really need to set deliberate traps because there were enough idiosyncrasies and errors in the maps to prove the same thing.
Fantastic. Okay, well, thanks, Isabella. And I think if anybody wants to hear more, Isabella will be giving further talks. She'll certainly be talking at the Maps and Society series in November, I believe. And also we will be having her as part of the Tosca map readings series again in the autumn. So watch out for those. We'll announce those in due course. So thanks, Isabella.
Thank you.
And now we move on to our final speaker of the conference, who I'm delighted to welcome back to Toscaland, Camille Serchuk from Southern Connecticut State University in the United States. Camille is going to be talking to us on Order on the Border, Framing Ornament and Early Modern Cartography. And just a bit of background about Camille for those who don't know her. She's Professor of Art History at Southern Connecticut State University. Her research focuses on the connections between European art and cartography in the late Middle Ages and early modernity. So it's over to you, Camille. Thank you.
In Europe in the 16th century and for much of the 17th, global geographical knowledge and sovereign boundaries were so protean that all efforts to depict them were temporary and tentative. To steady this unsettled terrain, mapmakers used many tools, some within the geographies of their maps and others accessory to them, like windroses, scales, cartouches, and other forms of ornament. In my talk today, I want to give an overview of the decorative elements on the map's edge, the frame, border, or margin, to demonstrate the range of ornamental options and the different types of work that they do, to argue that frames and borders are more integral, more important to the interpretation of the map as a whole than has previously been supposed. Just as borderlands can be lawless or carefully patrolled, so too can the zone at the edge of the map be narrow and barren or wide and wild. As on the ground, traversing this transitional terrain shapes expectations of the desired destination. The ornamental margin of a map, whether it bears measurements or monsters, guides the viewer to arrive at an understanding of the space and the map's construct of it. This may seem counterintuitive. We tend to place more emphasis on the center than the periphery, on what we perceive as the main focus, rather than on the elements that logically seem to be subordinate to it. And I don't mean to suggest that the ornament is more important than the map, only that the visual transit through the frame of the map is a primary, necessary, and instrumental component of cartographic comprehension. Frames instruct and guide, and we shouldn't mentally crop them out or separate them from our conception of the entirety of the image. Drawing on the growing body of scholarship about the graphic mechanisms of epistemic images, as well as on recent work about the active exertions of ornament and framing devices on their associated images, I want to show how ornament, the word for it in Greek is kosmos, is order as well as adornment. The ordering operations of ornament arranged around maps are manifold, and likewise their forms. Let me give you a few examples. Heraldic borders, for example, patrolled the boundaries of domains. The frame might announce ownership, or it might instead be laying a claim to a terrain far beyond the established historical boundaries. We tend not to think of the coordinate grids around maps as printed in the editions of Ptolemy's geography as frames, but they adorn and inform our reading of the maps by establishing the basis on which the map was made, as well as the Ptolemaic provenance. Even if we only glimpse these framing elements from the corner of our eye, they shape reception of the maps they surround, asserting the authority, authenticity, and accuracy of the depiction of the territory. A frequent framing motif in early modernity is the depiction of the winds, sometimes 4 or 8 or 12 or more, in the form of wind heads. These first appear, in fact, in the maps printed in the many editions of the Geography of Ptolemy, and they personify the different winds as they were identified in antiquity. They add directional data as well as delight. To give you a few examples, here in this local map of the Rhone River near Avignon in France, made by the painter Nicolas Dipre in 1514, we see wind heads in the 4 corners of the map that indicate the orientation of the representation. Windheads are more commonly found on world maps, like this one from a luxury atlas by the Venetian Battista Agnese, made in the mid-1540s. Here, the windheads are but one element of a complex golden framing device, bedecked with cameos and pearls, which place the world, in particular, the voyage of Magellan, which you can see traced along the map's surface, in a precious setting. The frame emphasizes the rarefied and elite status of the image of the world and the knowledge of it, while mediating between past, that ancient content, what we see with the winds and the cameos, and present, Magellan, antiquity and modern exploration, the physical realm of the world and the fictive setting of the book in which it's depicted. In these examples, windheads are frames that orient the maps and also inscribe them in time and space, adding luster and allure to newly formed information. Windheads also claim the zone claim the frame as a zone for the articulation of the intellectual patrimony of mapmaking, which could also be expressed, for example, through portraits of geographers and explorers whose efforts gave shape to the world as it's seen on the map. Here we see, for example, on the Carta Marina 1507, Ptolemy at the top left and Amerigo Vespucci the top right, or here in Giacomo Franco's 1590 Cosmographia Universalis, portraits of 4 geographers and explorers and the map draws on their fame and the authority of them to reinforce the status and value of the map itself. The portraits convey that knowledge of the shape of the world is excavated and transmitted by means of human effort. In this, they differ from another type of framing device, in which we see the world kind of wreathed in swirling, curling, frankly, almost intestinal clouds, conveying what seemed to be a vision of the earth from the heavens. We can see that here in these 3 examples by Sebastian Munster, Abraham Ortelius, and Peter Appian. The conceit of the world seen through the clouds, the God's eye view, not only construes the world in the cosmos, but implies an omniscient, infallible, divine perspective, as opposed to that human perspective that we see with the portraits, that honors both creator and the cartographer who strives to represent what cannot be seen by any mortal. Each of these frame motifs, the windheads, geographers, and clouds, alone and sometimes together, as we can see in the lower left in this Peter Appian example, connects the map to a tradition and also asserts a unique identity and perspective, a kind of branding on the map. It's possible to appreciate and interpret the maps without acknowledging these sources embedded and encoded in their frames, but the frame in each case is part of the epistemic apparatus of the map. It shows us how the map knows what it knows and what it shows. The role of the frame is fundamental rather than frivolous. It forms part of the basis of our trust in the image. And its symbolic embrace forces us to traverse the frame to access the knowledge showcased in the map. There's no way around it. There are many more frame types, including architectural, as you can see here, figural and grotesque frames. These add detail or stability or sophistication to the spaces they surround. In each case, even when they were added by someone other than the map maker, they're part of the image as it was intended to be viewed, and they add information that we need to fully understand what the map as an image is meant to convey. You can see this especially with the frame around Willem Blau's 1635 world map, which is composed, the frame, of 4 different elements. At the top, the classical gods associated with the 7 planets. On the right, the personifications of the 4 seasons. On the left, of the 4 Aristotelian elements. And below, views of the 7 wonders of the world. The map itself is somewhat out of date. By 1635, Europeans had reached the continent we now know as Australia, which is not shown on the map. But the image of the frame in some ways compensates for the lack of geographic currency by enhancing the status of the sheet with motifs from prints by the artists Henrik Holtzius and Martin van Heemskerk, who published these images separately before they were redeployed around Blau's world map. The frame tells us something about the marketing of the map, presents the world as an image of prestige and sophistication, rather than as a scholarly effort to circulate the latest knowledge. It packages the superannuated image of the world in a form suitable for display in a Dutch home as paintings of the period amply attest. The frame informs the geographical and historical data and inscriptions on the map. It asserts the visual, classical, intellectual, cultural character of the study of the world by enclosing it within established categories of cosmological knowledge, temporal, natural, and artificial. The proud owner of Blau's map could display it in her or his home to assert familiarity, even command, of ancient and modern sources and the status conferred by them. The floral and ornamental border around Jean Jolivet's manuscript map of Normandy, made around 1545, also adds prestige to the map it surrounds, but like Blau's borders, also adds meaning. It's been argued that the map was made in support of a failed campaign to invade England, but it also coincides with contemporary efforts to court royal interests in transatlantic exploration, and the ornament seems to speak to both possibilities. Like many of the world maps made in Normandy in this period, associated with appeals for support for exploration, the map bears the arms of the king, those of his son, the Crown Prince Henry II, and also those of the province. The frame of the map is an elaborate affair, suitable for the royal recipient, Francis I. This type of border incorporates a motif known as strapwork, which was widely used in many different types of contexts in the 16th century, and is here enhanced with oblong medallions bearing the king's salamander symbol and additional medallions labeled with the names of the winds. Along the bottom border are floral motifs, roses, irises, strawberries, pansies, and pinks. If the map were consulted on a table, the flowers would be the closest element to the king, a kind of mediation between him and the province depicted. And if the map were displayed on a wall, vertically, the flowers form a kind of foundation on which the province rests. I don't think this is accidental. The frame is clearly elaborate and elaborately designed, not an afterthought. All of the elements are carefully positioned. The frame beautifies the map, but it's not its most important role. It's an essential tool for interpretation. The frame almost encircles the map of Normandy. You can see that the province breaks those boundaries. I think that's an important dimension of this frame here, its inability to contain the geography within it. And because what happens is that it forces the view outwards. It shifts the king's focus to the world beyond the province. The frame suggests the beauty and fecundity of Normandy, and it enhances the status of the map, recalling borders from illuminated manuscripts, aligning the geographical image with elegant objects already in the king's possession. Many of the flowers shown here had symbolic meanings, some sacred and some secular. The iris, shown on the left, you can see it here, invokes, in fact, the French fleur de lis. The name means lily, but it is in fact an iris. The roses symbolize love, the love of the subjects for their king and of the king for his realm. The strawberries, we can see them at right and at left. The fruit of a good effort, very interesting symbol for this complicated map. And then, of course, the pansies, and there are a few. They're here, for example, and here, as Ophelia in Hamlet tells us, pansies are for thoughts, and the word in French is the same for the flower and the mental effort. The flowers, the pansies, invite the king's thought about the province and also his support for the navigators who are eager to pursue, in the ships pictured on the map, the expeditions, be they commercial or military, from Norman ports. One legendary Norman ship was even christened La Pensée, the thought, the pansy. In 1530, it traveled to Sumatra. So the map, with its floral border, may allude to Norman exploration. Thinking metaphorically, as I've already suggested, I might even say that the defiance of the frame of this map, of its borders, provokes questions about the solidity of borders more generally, including sovereign boundaries between England and France, water boundaries in this case, as well as the boundaries defined in the Iberian treaties of Tordesillas and Zaragoza, which thwarted French expansionist ambitions. The border around Jolivet's map flattered royal tastes, evokes the riches of the realm, evokes the devotion of the French people, and appeals to the crown to give some thought, pensée, pansy, to Norman ships willing to defy established boundaries. The artful borders of all these maps can, as I hope I've shown in these few examples, enhance our readings of the maps themselves. Rather than ornamental afterthoughts, the border motifs reinforce the authority of the map and help us understand the intended message to the viewer. Yet this is not always the case. Sometimes the framing device forces us to question cartographic authority, as here with this map of the region of Salzburg, reprinted in Abraham Ortelius's Theatrum Orbis Terrarum of 1570. Here, the framing device, the conceit of the curling, torn piece of parchment suggests that a map, as opposed to a territory, might indeed be rather precarious and flimsy, a fragile and temporary substitute. So the artful form of this map calls its epistemic authority into question. This disorderly border might be the best reminder that margins are a structure, and we need to read them with the same attention we grant to what lies within them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Camille. If you would care to unmute. Thanks, that was brilliant. What a great way to finish off our 2 days. And I've got a couple of questions for you. I'd like to begin with one that reflects pretty much the whole day we've had today. Rose Moran, in the first paper we had, she showed us wall maps which were very plainly displayed on the wall. That is, they weren't framed, but they were hung from poles or tacked to the wall. Does the printed border then act as a substitute for a more conventional picture frame?
That's a great question. I mean, I've treated the printed border in the maps that I talked about in the talk as frames. And so I think when I'm using the term frame, I'm thinking both about a wooden material frame, about rollers that some maps were hung on, but also about the graphic mechanisms that surround the map. So I think both, absolutely.
Okay, and next question. Do we have examples of the same map wearing different borders according to the intended audience?
We do indeed. The one that jumps to mind is the cordiform projection of Oronce Fine from the 1530s, which is reprinted. I mean, I showed one version of it, the Giacomo Franco, in this talk, but it's also reprinted in other times. And it's a map. First of all, it's out of date, and it's a very ingenious projection. And the way it's transformed by the different framing devices, very, very interesting. It kind of sustains the currency of the map in spite of the fact that the geography itself is a little bit out of date by kind of changing the perspective on that and amplifying the importance of the cordiform projection. And there's a really important transformation, I think. So yes, we do have plenty of maps that are reprinted with different frames. Absolutely. So
do we have any indication as to how the people viewing those different frames interpreted what they were seeing?
Good question. Difficult to say, I think. I mean, I think that we have to operate on the evidence that we've got, which is the way things kind of come and go. And so they're discarded when they're no longer useful, or they're discarded when you want to, the print seller want to claim it, as your own. But I don't think we have much, or at least I don't know yet. I think that's probably the best way to put it. I don't know yet about a lot of documentation of the reception of the frame.
Okay, thanks. We have a question from the floor. I wondered how these borders tracked with domestic decorations, if they do. I was at times struck by similarities to carpets, tapestries, wallpaper. Are these borders meant to be seen as analogous to a form of domestic decor? And if so, what does that do for the map within the border, often positioned as the opposite of domestic exotic?
What an interesting question. I think to some extent that we're thinking, we've got to think about ornament generally. What does ornament do? How does ornament operate? What are its exertions on whatever form it adorns, whether that's a carpet or a piece of furniture or a map? I think also the border in some of these cases actually does domesticate the map. It does turn it from a scientific instrument into a collectible, into something that could be displayed in a home, as we know from inventories that maps certainly were. So I think that it's a very versatile tool to permit or to facilitate the presence of the map in lots of different settings. It's a really interesting question.
Thank you. And a final question to wrap up the questions for this conference. When are we going to see all this in print, Camille?
Great question. So I've just finished a book about French painting and cartography that'll come out next year. And I'm working on a book that deals with this material that I presented here, a book called Border Control. And I would say Border Control is probably 2025, but I will hope to present more material from this project in conferences going forward.
Excellent. We very much look forward to that. Thanks ever so much for rounding things off in such grand style. If I could ask Liz to sign. Liz, I think we just have to thank all our speakers today. I think we've had, 13 different speakers, and they've all put up a terrific show. A number of comments have been coming through via email about recordings of this session and yesterday's session. Yes, they are. It is being recorded, and we will put it out on the Bodleians YouTube channel at some stage. So as soon as the recordings have been edited and we have all the subtitles in place, then we will alert all those who have booked in and attended the 2 days. We'll email you the details, and you'll be able to access those freely enough. For those who've enjoyed themselves and the Tosca experience, if you're not on our mailing list and would like to be, then please email either Liz or myself, and we will add you to our mailing list and alert you to future events. We've found that since the pandemic, we have done an awful lot more online now. So we are quite keen to beam the Tosca message around the globe rather than just here in Oxford. So it's a great opportunity for us. And as far as I'm concerned, I'd just like to thank again Waleed and Katie, who were on hand behind the scenes, and Dan, who facilitated all the recordings in the month or so up to our conference. So thank you, you three. We couldn't have done it without you. And Liz, I don't know if there's anything you'd like to say to wrap up for today.
No, just to make sure we also thank our speakers of yesterday and our visual artists whose work introduced both days for us. This was a new venture for us, and we felt it was quite important, actually, rather than simply talk about other people's artistic interpretations of maps, that we actually included visual practicing artists. So we haven't quite worked out how we're going to show that on the recordings, but that will be available if you, in some format, if you missed it. So I can warmly recommend those. So just really to echo Nick's thanks, especially really to our tech team, because it is a tremendous amount of work for them. And we saw, I think, with Alex's paper, the difficulty if we didn't have everything going exactly right on the technical front. So it's a tribute to the technical team that everything else worked extremely smoothly. So from Oxford, we'll wish you a very good evening or good night or good morning or whatever is appropriate to you. And I look forward to seeing you, many of you again at Tosca events. Thank you so much and goodbye.
Thank you. Goodbye.